em oportunidade. Oportunidade de poder inovar, oportunidade de poder crescer e oportunidade, principalmente, de nós podermos criar um futuro melhor e mais sustentável. E é isso que nós estamos fazendo aqui hoje. Ao longo desses 2 dias, nós vamos discutir como nós podemos mudar esse futuro. Nós vamos, juntos, procurar tornar o futuro melhor. E é isso que a gente está fazendo aqui hoje, em companhia de autoridades e especialistas, para nós podermos dar a nossa contribuição para a humanidade. Muito obrigado, desejo a vocês um excelente evento e vamos aproveitar esse momento que é único para a nossa região nordeste do Brasil.
Promote the state of Ceará, to talk about energy transition, and to meet new partners and new friends that we're pretty confident we're going to go a long way together to talk about this topic. I want to just thank briefly some of the people here for being here. I want to acknowledge their presence here and all their help for helping us put together this event. I want to thank former Secretary General for the OCD, Mr. Ángel Gurría. I want to thank Luis Porto from the Organization of American States. I want to thank people from Paraguay, from the ministry from Paraguay, Gustavo Casal, from the World Bank, that they came all the way from Panama, our new friend Costa. Thank you so much for being here. I want to thank Liesl Mesillo. She came from all the way from Gibraltar, one of those countries that you have to go there, you have to believe it, to see all the different achievements and all the different things they've done in the past decade or so. Edgar Adolfo Chavez from Mexico that came all the way here. Also, I want to thank 2 very good friends, particularly one of them, one of my closest friends for the past 5 years, former Congresswoman Loretta Sanchez and her sister Linda Sanchez. We are honored and very happy to have you here. Thank you so much for making this huge effort. And by the way, happy Thanksgiving, which today is Thanksgiving, so it's an extra effort that they're doing. Also, a special thanks to President Joma, former Prime Minister of Tunisia, and Club de Madrid for helping us put this together. We're going to have the opportunity of listening not only from Prime Minister Joma, but also from President Danilo Turk and President Carlos Alvarado from
Ahora só sé falar portugués, portuñol. Aí disculpa a todos por el portuñol, que no es ni una cosa ni a otra, ¿no? Que tenga aquela parte de saludar a todo el mundo, mas es verdaderamente necesario. Yo gustaría agradecer al señor embaixador de Portugal, Luis Faro, que está con a gente, a Vilma, secretaria de Medio Ambiente, a Roxane Medeiros, nuestra fantástica secretaria de Asuntos Internacionales, o a Irvana Albuquerque, secretaria, tanta, tanta gente, voy a esquecer un montón de ellos, ¿no? Y ainda que tengo aquí anotado, tenemos a Óscar Redondo, tenemos a Bruno Ramos, Carlos Prado, tenemos a Alfonso Suárez, tenemos mucha gente. Desculpa aqueles que não nombrei ou que vou esquecer, porque, por supuesto, muito obrigado a todos nossos sponsors que mencionaremos depois. Eu só queria lembrar agora.
comunidades locais, dos trabalhadores e da sociedade civil organizada. Estamos empenhados em garantir que as políticas públicas sejam construídas de forma participativa, respeitando os saberes tradicionais e assegurando que os benefícios dessa transição sejam distribuídos de forma equitativa. Essa é uma transição de todos e para todos. Reconhecemos que a expansão energética sustentável não pode avançar sem a devida proteção às comunidades mais impactadas. Nossos esforços incluem fortalecer redes de proteção social e assegurar que os povos indígenas e as comunidades tradicionais tenham seus direitos garantidos. Essas comunidades desempenham um papel crucial na preservação dos ecossistemas essenciais para a sustentabilidade do planeta. Florestas, rios e outros recursos naturais protegidos por esses povos ao longo de séculos são hoje pilares fundamentais para viabilizar uma transição energética alinhada com a preservação ambiental e a mitigação das mudanças climáticas. O Brasil reafirma seu compromisso com parceiros globais que promovam a mitigação dos impactos socioambientais e fomentem inovações tecnológicas inclusivas. A transição energética é um esforço que exige solidariedade internacional, especialmente no financiamento e transferência de tecnologias limpas para países em desenvolvimento. Juntos podemos construir um futuro mais justo e sustentável para todos os povos. Espero que esse encontro seja uma plataforma para reflexões profundas e compromissos ousados. A transição energética não é apenas um desafio de natureza técnica, é sobretudo um desafio ético, de colocar a nossa técnica a serviço do desenvolvimento sustentável, com respeito ao modo de vida das comunidades locais, criando para elas também igualdade de oportunidade. Que a gente possa caminhar juntos e conte com o Ministério do Meio Ambiente e Mudança do Clima para essa jornada, para que possamos ter um futuro que seja economicamente próspero, socialmente justo, politicamente democrático e culturalmente diverso. Muito obrigada.
Well, thank you so much. And before introducing Secretary Wsoet Medeiros, it's only fitting that she does this introduction, as today we have almost 32 different nationalities here in Ceará, 32 different countries. We're represented not only by the Consular Society, but ministers from Paraguay, from Brazil, from Argentina, Chile, they're all here. We have all of the international organizations here. The Inter-American Development Bank, thank you so much for Mr. Echeverria for being here. World Bank with Mr. Costa, the OAS with Luis Porto, and also we have from CAF, Fernando Beranger, also here present. So thank you so much. And thank you, just for everyone to know, you all need to have headsets. So for all the translations, I see some people don't, but if you do, after this talk, get them. And I give the word to Wsoet Medeiros. Thank you so much.
Obrigada, Jorges. Eu queria iniciar, falando aqui, me deram a dura tarefa de substituir o governador do estado, e a experiência que ele tem em palco, em oratória, traz uma responsabilidade enorme para mim. Mas, de qualquer maneira, antes de falar em nome dele, eu queria parabenizar vocês pelo esforço, Rômulo também, de trazer esse evento acontecer aqui no Ceará. É um evento, nós temos trabalhado, o Jorge já mencionou o encontro com a Irvana, e a ideia de trazer para cá, a Irvana sempre defende turismo e transição energética. Desde o começo ela falava sempre sobre isso. E também queria saudar minha colega Vilma Freire, companheira de governo, sempre apoiadora. Acho que é importante mencionar essa parceria no momento que nós estamos trabalhando tanto por transição, não só a transição energética, mas a também de comportamentos, principalmente em relação à equidade de gênero. Eu acho que o nosso governador, quando formou o seu secretariado e propôs 50% de mulheres nesse secretariado, eu acho que foi o pioneiro no Brasil. Ele, de uma certa forma, inovou em relação a isso. E essas parcerias com essas mulheres no secretariado têm ajudado muito o avanço do governador Elmano. Acho também importante mencionar e agradecer aqui a Federação das Indústrias, também, que tem sido um parceiro nos temas empresariais, principalmente industriais, aqui representado pelo amigo Carlos Prado. E queria mencionar também a minha valorosa equipe, Ludmila e Alberto. Acho importante mencionar o engajamento deles, porque é uma equipe pequena, mas que não nega fogo em nenhum minuto. Seja 5 horas da manhã, seja 11 horas da noite, mas está sempre junto. Obrigada a vocês. Mas, então, agora vamos à fala em nome do governador. Senhoras e senhores, é uma honra para o Estado do Ceará sediar a Cúpula Mundial sobre a Transição Energética. Esse evento, que foi organizado pelo Instituto Global para o Futuro do Turismo, Instituto Winds for Future e o Advanced Leadership Foundation, em colaboração com o governo do Estado do Ceará, sem dúvida é um evento mais significativo sobre a temática no Brasil, no ano de 2024, para a discussão de um assunto preocupante e com alcance mundial. Agradeço a todos envolvidos na organização desse evento, de projeção internacional, aos participantes que prestigiam com suas presenças e vieram de tão longe. Esse encontro reflete o reconhecimento do papel central que a região nordeste do Brasil, com destaque o Ceará, exerce no cenário global de energias renováveis e de inovação sustentável. Esse momento é oportuno para discutirmos os desafios impostos pelas mudanças climáticas e as vastas oportunidades associadas a esse segmento. O Ceará tem sido pioneiro na transição energética. Acho que aqui também devo mencionar o doutor Jurandir, acho que ele aqui também deve estar presente, que também foi um grande estimulador do início de tudo que a gente está vivendo hoje. Teve um começo e já tem bastante tempo, e eu acho que é sempre bom lembrar as pessoas que participaram do começo, porque às vezes a gente encontra as obras já em andamento e tudo torna mais fácil. Parabéns, doutor Jurandir, principalmente sempre pela parceria e disponibilidade em relação ao governo do Estado. Bom, como eu estava dizendo, o Ceará tem sido pioneiro na transição energética, atuando como um verdadeiro polo de inovação e desenvolvimento sustentável. Nos últimos anos, nos consolidamos nossa posição como referência nacional e internacional na geração de energia limpa, especialmente das fontes eólicas e solar. Nosso abundante potencial natural, com vários recursos de vento e sol, tem sido maximizado por meio da tecnologia de ponta e investimentos estratégicos, fazendo o Ceará um celeiro atrativo para a produção de hidrogênio de baixa emissão de carbono. Uma das iniciativas mais significativas desta jornada foi a aprovação do marco legal que regulamenta a produção de hidrogênio verde no país, onde o Ceará teve forte participação. Aqui eu abro aspas, porque acompanhei o esforço do nosso governador, a articulação das empresas, das entidades representativas das empresas, do setor privado e a capacidade de articulação do governador não mediu esforço. Eu acho que isso é importante que se diga, que muito do que aconteceu tem o envolvimento direto dele, que precisava ir a Brasília, ele ia incansavelmente para fazer que isso acontecesse no Ceará. Como fato que reforça a nossa participação em 2023, a primeira molécula de hidrogênio verde, se não foi a primeira, foi uma das primeiras moléculas de hidrogênio verde, foi produzida aqui, no Complexo Industrial e Portuário do PECEM, pela empresa EDP. O CIP, com a Zona de Processamento de Exportação e Infraestrutura de Excelência, tem se consolidado como um hub estratégico para o desenvolvimento de projetos de hidrogênio verde, Empresas que se instalarem no complexo contratarão com licença prévia, já contarão com licença prévia, reduzindo o passe inicial das licenças ambientais e otimizando o tempo para implantação de suas operações. Vilma, aqui também, você como secretária de Meio Ambiente, parabenizar também a atuação da SEMASSE, que tem sido também muito parceira e muito rápida em tentar agilizar os processos de licenciamento. Parabéns, amiga. Além disso, o reconhecimento internacional da ZPE Ceará, esse ano, pelo jornal Financial Times, como sendo uma das 10 melhores zonas de livre comércio do mundo, e uma ZPE altamente recomendada pela sua sustentabilidade, devido à estratégia na eficiência energética, processos de reciclagem e no projeto de utilização de água de reuso, reforça que estamos no caminho certo. No mês passado, tive a honra de assinar, eu não, o governador, né, claro, ao lado do vice-presidente da República, Geraldo Alckmin, a resolução que aprova a primeira fase do projeto industrial para a produção de hidrogênio verde de uma empresa que se instalar na ZPE. O projeto, com um investimento previsto de 5 bilhões de dólares, reafirma nossa vocação como um dos líderes de transição energética global. Nosso compromisso com a transição energética está alinhado nas políticas e ao interesse do governo federal, conforme disse nossa ministra Marina, acabou de falar. Até 2029, o Ceará contará com novas linhas de transmissão, permitindo a integração das usinas de energia eólica e solar ao Sistema Interligado Nacional, viabilizando definitivamente a expansão do hub de hidrogênio verde no Ceará. Meus amigos e minhas amigas, tendo esse avanço, só é possível graças aos investimentos estratégicos que estamos fazendo para a formulação e educação dos jovens cearenses. Estamos investindo fortemente na qualificação da nossa mão de obra, fator fundamental para que possamos avançar nos projetos. Um exemplo disso foi o início das obras ainda esse ano, no novo campus do Instituto Tecnológico da Aeronáutica, em Fortaleza, em parceria com o governo federal. Com os cursos de engenharia de energia e engenharia de sistemas, estamos preparando as futuras gerações para enfrentar os desafios de um novo mundo cada vez mais voltado para a sustentabilidade. Nossas universidades desempenham um papel fundamental para atingirmos nossos objetivos. Como exemplo, são os laboratórios associados de inovação e sustentabilidade da Universidade Estadual, que oferecem infraestrutura de ponta para o estudo, pesquisa e inovação em energias renováveis. Essa rede está aberta à colaboração de empresas, investidores e cientistas que queiram desenvolver e expandir o conhecimento em tecnologias sustentáveis. Não podemos deixar de destacar o projeto HTEC, projeto desenvolvido pela Secretaria de Ciência, Tecnologia e Educação Superior, FUNCAP e SENTEC, que formará e qualificará mais de 11 mil técnicos em energias renováveis para o ano de 2026. Por fim, destaco a Rede de Pesquisa e Inovação em Energias Renováveis do Ceará, lançada no início desse ano, uma iniciativa pioneira no estado do Ceará, voltada à realização de pesquisas básicas e aplicadas, forma colaborativa e multidisciplinar para a transferência de tecnologia voltada ao setor de energias renováveis. A rede, composta por mais de 100 pesquisadores, ligado a 26 unidades de pesquisas e 14 diferentes instituições, impulsiona soluções em energias renováveis, transportes e combustíveis sintéticos, aplicações industriais e hidrogênio verde. Esses são apenas alguns exemplos que destaco e que colocam o Ceará na vanguarda da transição energética do Brasil. Senhoras e senhores, a realidade é que a transição energética não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade. E aqui no Ceará estamos prontos para enfrentar esse desafio com responsabilidade e inovação. Nosso compromisso com o futuro é claro. Buscamos desenvolvimento sustentável que traga prosperidade para a população e que posicione o estado do Ceará como referência mundial em energia limpa. Agradeço a todos que estão aqui, que nos honram com suas presenças e dispostos a discutir, não só discutir, mas também agir. Juntos podemos transformar o mundo em um lugar mais sustentável, inclusivo, justo e inovador. Desejo um excelente evento e que possamos continuar trilhando o longo caminho que estamos iniciando para a transição energética mundial. Muito obrigada. Em nome do governador, eu estou particularmente feliz de estar aqui. Até me lembra uma musiquinha aqui do Roberto Carlos. Quando eu estou aqui, vendo esse momento lindo e sabendo que nós vamos realmente transformar, vamos participar ativamente da transição energética, o estado do Ceará, porque temos as parcerias estratégicas. O mais importante de tudo isso que o governador mencionou aqui de suas realizações são as parcerias estratégicas que o Ceará tem construído, porque, afinal de contas, é um momento assim, de muito risco, há necessidade de muito investimento, mas assim, o que é fundamental é que a gente possa estabelecer esses laços, viu, Jorge? Você é um entusiasta, Rômel, do Ceará, que tem apoiado muito, investido muito e acreditado muito no Ceará. Então, eu agradeço a todos que estão aqui, pela confiança em nome do governador, e vamos juntos fazer essa transição e ajudar a transformação da economia do Ceará. Muito obrigada.
Bom, Rosé, muito obrigado. Fantástico, como sempre, estar com vocês, com o governo. Para fechar, eu gostaria de lembrar a todos que um evento como este se faz a quatro mãos. Não somos nós, nem é muita gente que intervém. Eu gostaria de prestigiar e andar a subir aqui no palco para fazer uma foto com todos aqueles que realmente temos no coração de todo este trabalho. Si, por favor, se pudiera ser Ivana e Vilma, se pueden subir con la gente, por favor. Secretaria de Turismo y Secretaria de Ambiente. Encuentro social. Ahora,
la persona más importante, en realidad, para mí, que no lo mencioné, pero que si puede subir, Román Rodríguez, presidente del Consejo de Escuelas Ocurrentes y presidente de mi instituto también, el Instituto del Futuro del Turismo, por favor.
Vocês no centro. Bem. Gostaria que nuestros sponsors nos acompañaran porque ha sido imprescindible, ¿no? Por parte de AQUER, gostaria que nos acompañaran Armando Abreu y Luis Blanchard, nuestro presidente mundial, lembrando que AQUER tiene investido ya no Estado 6.000 millones de reais, o sea que nos está ayudando mucho en esa transición. Y por supuesto, como no, a Quinto, que está aquí con nosotros, Hugo Chance, Quinto Energy, que es líder en Bahía en energías renovables. Si Hugo pudiera acompañarnos no palco, por favor. Por supuesto, también a Marcus Vinicius con Huawei, si puede acompañarnos también. Fantástico la colaboración que nos está haciendo con y realmente comprometidos con transición. Por parte de la FIEX, ENAI, pues si puede venir Carlos Prado, por favor. Y Vinicius Gibrail de AGAI, si es posible, o AGAI, ya no sé ni qué idioma falo. Como no, Rómulo Suárez, puede ser de Alburquerque Pinto, mi brazo derecho y amigo do alma. Si puede ser aquellos que me acompañaron en Nueva York, que, pues, Sergio Gabriel y Yurandir Picanso, por favor, gustaría mucho que se acompañara aquí. Si estuviera aquí igual, y también sería fantástico de FIEC, no sé si él está aquí. ¿Vale? Y estaré olvidando, esqueciendo mucha gente, disculpa de corazón. Mas Luis Faro, si puede subir con la gente también, por favor. Luis, por favor.
Também se pode subir a secretária de Indústria, Brígida Liolia, por favor. Miola, desculpa. Brígida, desculpa.
Muito obrigado. Se podemos... Ludmila, por favor, pode nos acompanhar? Que você ha hecho mais horas por esse evento que ninguém. Ludmila, por favor. la Secretaría de Asuntos Internacionales. Y finalmente ya nuestro gran motor, el motor del Estado, que es el Banco Nordeste, Eliane, por favor, nos acompañe. Superintendente del Estado. Muito obrigado, vamos a registrar una foto y muchas gracias. Ay, esqueci mais Janus, por favor, presidente de la Sociedad Consular. Si vos está aquí, por favor, rogaría mucho que nos acompañara.
Obrigado, parabéns. Maravilhoso. Não, que momento.
Gracias, George. ¿Me quedo yo en el escenario?
Sí, te quedas tú y pasa todo.
Fortaleza tá bom, meio ambiente tá bom.
Obrigado.
Ixi, fechou eu.
No, hay que tirar eso, sí, nos vamos ahora.
Bueno, thank you very much, everyone, and please take a seat. I would like to call on stage Ms. Congresswoman Linda Sanchez from the state of California to join us on stage.
Okay, that's okay. They let it the speech on
Yes.
the thing, but I don't know if they have somebody who can
Yeah.
run it.
Let me ask. So, thank you so much for being here. Congresswoman Sanchez, she will give us a keynote speech about the global future of energy, the challenges and opportunities in the U.S. What has the U.S. done in the past 4 years and in the past for energy transition? And what are the key challenges in the future with the new administration upcoming? So thank you so much for joining us. She will give a brief conversation, a brief presentation, and then we're going to have a conversation. Welcome, Congresswoman.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I am Congresswoman Linda Sanchez, and I represent a portion of Southern California, Los Angeles, California, in the United States Congress. It's a privilege to be with you here this morning to discuss crucial issues of U.S. energy policy and its impact on Latin America's economic future. As we all know, apologies. As we all know, energy is the lifeblood of any economy. And with a new U.S. administration coming in and single-party control of Congress, we do anticipate a significant shift in the energy landscape and trade dynamics between the United States and Latin America. Before we begin, it's important to acknowledge that climate change is not just an environmental issue. It also poses a significant economic and security threat to every country. The longer that we delay taking meaningful action, the greater the burdens on future generations. Latin America, particularly here in Brazil, which is home to critical natural resources, rainforests, freshwater reserves, and biodiversity, will face some of the most severe consequences of global warming. While the first Trump administration focused on energy production and deregulation, the Biden administration pushed for greater investments in clean energy and climate action. That shift presented a unique opportunity for collaboration between the United States and Latin American countries, accelerating the clean energy transition. Under President Biden's leadership, the United States made record investments in clean energy, both in terms of generation and infrastructure. Two key pieces of legislation, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, have already committed billions of dollars to transform the U.S. energy grid and promote clean energy technologies. These landmark laws represent a game-changing moment for the future of energy and the opportunities for Latin America to partner with the U.S. on this ambitious agenda are immense. Under these two laws, the U.S. has committed more than $500 billion to green technologies like solar, wind, electric vehicles, and infrastructure, including battery storage, for both production and for the end consumer. This has created opportunities. Clean energy, such as the Clean Power Production Credit, which incentivizes
energia limpa que incentiva a produção de energia renovável, como a eólica e a solar. Subsídios para os consumidores também foram apresentados subsídios como os créditos tributários que vão prover mais de $75 mil de créditos para novos veículos elétricos e 4 mil para utilizados. Nós tivemos aqui uma abordagem neutra, técnica. Importantemente, a nossa Receita Federal deve ser neutra, o que significa que vai envolver novas tecnologias limpas com as suas imersões. Como nós nos preparamos para a segunda gestão do presidente Trump, é importante reconhecer que as políticas de energia sob o segundo mandato do Trump vai mudar muito do foco de energia limpa da administração do presidente Biden. Como eu mencionei anteriormente, a primeira gestão do Trump e a sua abordagem foi focada em combustíveis fósseis, desregulamentação e maior produção de energia, e teve um impacto significativo nas relações dos Estados Unidos com a América Latina durante a primeira administração. Então, a pergunta que sempre me faz é o que vai acontecer agora, na segunda gestão do Trump. Então, durante a campanha dele, ele disse que nós vamos ter uma revisita à produção de combustíveis fósseis de carvão. Eles vão buscar retirar as regulamentações para aumentar cada vez mais a produção dessas fontes. Isso pode levar a uma produção maior de combustíveis fósseis, né? Principalmente prejudicando a América Latina. E também vai buscar um aumento de exportação para a América Latina, países que são muito dependentes de combustíveis fósseis. Bom, isso pode nos levar a maiores oportunidades de negócios para nações latino-americanas, mas vai prejudicar muito a transição para a energia limpa, entrincheirando as estruturas dos combustíveis fósseis. Em relação ao comércio, na primeira administração do Trump, a primeira política americana, a gente vê alumínio e outras mercadorias, incluindo as mercadorias da América Latina, serem prejudicadas. Durante a campanha, o Trump indicou que ele iria ter tarifas mais ainda altas se ele voltasse.
Nominee to be the Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, a former Wall Street hedge fund manager, is also supportive of these proposed tariffs. In a column published a few weeks ago, he said that tariffs could tend to raise revenue to protect certain U.S. industries and as a negotiating tool with our trade partners. In the past, he has said that the tariff gun will always be loaded and on the table, but seldom discharged. Wsoet has touted a 3-3-3 economic plan. He said that it would involve cutting the budget deficit to just 3% of gross domestic product by 2028, the last year of Trump's second term. Currently, it is running at about 6 to 7%. So we were talking about cutting the budget deficit in half. The second point that he wants to make is he wants to boost GDP growth to 3% through deregulation and pro-growth policies. And finally, he wants to increase US energy production to the equivalent of an additional 3 million barrels of oil per day. It should be noted that the United States already produces about 13 million barrels of oil a day, the most that we have ever produced in US history. So adding an additional 3 million barrels per day could be difficult. While President-elect Trump's protectionist policies aim to reduce US reliance on foreign imports and boost domestic production, they could also strain our trade relationships with important US allies. For instance, just this week, he proposed new tariffs on the United States' 3 largest trading partners, a 25% tariff on goods from Canada and Mexico, and an additional 10% tariff on goods that come from China. Mexico has vowed to enact similar tariffs in response. President Claudia Sheinbaum said, "To one tariff will follow another in response, and so on, until we put our common businesses at risk." In contrast, Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau said he will meet with the officials in Ottawa, but that his country is prepared to work with the United States in constructive ways. If enacted, tariffs on Canada and Mexico could violate the US-Canada-Mexico trade agreement. And I find this particularly interesting given that the USMCA, the trade agreement between the United States, Canada, and Mexico, was one of President-elect Trump's signature accomplishments in his first term. That agreement is set to be renewed in 2026, and the negotiations are expected to begin next year. So the question is, will the Trump administration's use of these tariffs as a bargaining tool in those negotiations, will they use it as a bargaining tool in the negotiations, as Treasury Secretary nominee Wsoet has indicated? And will the Trump administration even pursue another multinational agreement like the USMCA? Unlike President Biden, who favors multilateral agreements, including the Indo-Pacific Trade Agreement that his administration was pursuing, President Trump is skeptical of them. In fact, I would expect the incoming administration to pursue few multilateral trade agreements, whether that's or multilateral agreements, period, whether that's trade, international security, or climate change. President-elect Trump generally opposes these types of agreements, preferring instead to try to negotiate bilateral agreements by negotiating one-on-one with other nations. For example, under Trump's first presidential term, the US withdrew from the Paris Agreement because of the unfair economic burden he believed that it placed on American businesses. While climate agreements are likely off the table, his America First agenda could still support certain clean energy technologies within the United States, such as wind and solar. Thanks to the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act, many of the US investments are occurring in Republican-controlled districts, and as their members of Congress are likely to seek to maintain those investments and the jobs that they support under the new administration. I will note that many states that are run by Democratic governors will also step in to fill the void created by the federal government. For example, consumers right now can receive a $7,500 tax rebate for purchasing an electric vehicle. President Trump has indicated that he wants to end that program. However, California's Governor Newsom said this week that he will push for the state to enact the incentive instead if it is taken away at the federal level. California is the largest state by population and has the most electric vehicle sales. So it will be a meaningful step forward and toward encouraging more consumers to purchase an electric vehicle, not just as impactful as it would be at the federal level. Latin America's growing renewable energy resources paired with U.S. expertise in battery storage and smart grids could enhance both grid reliability and resilience across the nation. The shift to the clean energy economy presents enormous opportunities for job creation, particularly in solar, wind, electric vehicles, and battery storage sectors. Latin American nations can collaborate with U.S. companies to train workers, establish joint ventures, and create union jobs that are the key to the green transition. The U.S. has also made significant investments in electric vehicle infrastructure and their incentives. Latin American nations can take advantage of this by expanding electric vehicle infrastructure and securing access to U.S. energy technologies such as lithium, cobalt, smelt, and copper. With China currently controlling much of the mining and processing of these minerals, the U.S. may push for greater access to these resources. So that is one area of potential cooperation between the United States and Latin America. Additionally, the Biden administration prioritized clean hydrogen hubs, investing $7 billion in projects to accelerate clean hydrogen production. Even with the Trump administration push for more fossil fuels, there could still be opportunities for Latin American countries to engage with the U.S. in hydrogen production. There are also opportunities for collaboration on energy storage and smart grid technology. All of these changes will have an impact worldwide. For Latin American countries, there are several challenges to navigating the potential policy shift under the Trump administration. As U.S. policies return to fossil fuel expansion, Latin American nations rich in these resources will face stiffer competition. And countries that rely on fossil fuel imports may delay investments may delay their investments. So I guess to conclude briefly, I would say that we will see this shift from investments in renewable and clean energies and once again turning towards fossil fuel and coal. However, just because the federal government is taking a step back from those investments doesn't mean that states and even cities won't take up the charge of trying to move our population to renewable and green energy. So with that, I will conclude, and I will take questions from Jorge.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I think you covered most of the topics that I think we discussed this morning. So my conversation is to go a little bit more in depth about what you just discussed. And for example, given all the regulations the drawbacks and regulations for President Trump, how do you, in the role of the U.S. government, how much do you think that the private sector could fill those gaps?
Yeah, I think that's a really great question, because with government taking a step back from those investments, I think it is going to increasingly need to be the private sector that steps in to innovate and to create partnerships where we can begin moving the country towards clean and renewable energy.
One of the things that probably a lot of people don't know, but you come from probably the most innovative, industrious state, not only in the U.S., but in the world.
Yes, and we would be the 5th largest economy in the world if we were our own country.
Your own country. And not only about the largest company, it's about innovation, it's about all the different things that happen in California, which are amazing. Which areas do you think are the most challenging to address the energy transition problem that we are having in the next few years or in the next few decades?
So I would say affordability is still foremost in consumers' minds. Even with the tax credits for example, for the purchase of an electric vehicle. Because of the high cost of living in the state of California, for many families, even if they wanted to make those investments, it's difficult for them. So we are waiting to see if, as production increases, if the cost per vehicle drops, then I think that would be a further incentive to help middle-class families move towards renewable energy. So cost is still a factor in that transition. It always would be more helpful if the federal government were as invested in that transition as the state is. But like I said, even if the federal government steps back, California continues with their climate goals in terms of reducing emissions and making the transition.
And I mean, not as a criticism, but more as a hindsight, do you think that there were missed opportunities during the past 4 years to secure more policies for energy transition, not only with the electric vehicles, but also energy efficiency, renewable sources of energy? Do you think that, IRA was the most ambitious project? The IRA Act was probably since the moon, since trying to go to the moon. I mean, it was $1 trillion or something. It was unbelievable. And many of that passed through your committee as well, that you had to enact that. Do you think that, do you think that you could have done more? Because I think you did amazing, especially not having the majority in the House. So that was pretty impressive.
Well, that's the thing. I think there is always more that can be done, but we are talking about once-in-a-generation investments in moving our country towards renewable energies. They weren't just promises. There was money that was put behind these ideas. And I think if there was, any missed opportunity, it was probably to try to get the money out more quickly, so that people could begin their clean energy projects more quickly. There's always a delay time between when you enact a piece of legislation and when it's actually implemented. And I think if that time period had been shorter, we would have seen those investments hit the ground much, much sooner.
Yeah, red tape as always. No, all the different ways. I understand. Just a couple more questions, if it's okay. Basically, maybe this is more my question. Do you foresee, and you have always been known to be right in the middle. You're not an extremist, but do you foresee a bipartisan collaboration in this area in any way, shape, or form in the Congress? We had another expectation of the results for this Congress. We all did. But now, which area do you see any areas of bipartisan collaboration?
So it's very interesting because the most recent elections really will kind of determine what will happen in the next Congress. We did expect that Democrats would control with a majority. That didn't happen, but the Republicans will control, but with a very, very slim margin, which means they will have to be very united in order to pass any legislation. And there are members, like I mentioned in my remarks, in whose districts these investments have been made, and they've created jobs, and in order to continue that, those investments will need to continue. So it will be against their interests to vote for bills that will take that money back or stop those investments, because that will mean loss of jobs in their districts. So if you think that it will only take maybe 2 or 3 members to not support clawing that money back, I think the Republicans are going to have a hard time of it. And I think the Democrats will try to work with those Republicans whose districts would likely be most impacted to try to continue those investments in renewable energy. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, and not all Republicans are MAGA, and not all Democrats are woke, and right. there is a lot of places for collaboration. Yes. You come from a district in California where primarily young people. It's a Democratic district, but with young people, with minorities. A lot of minorities that they truly believe in. It's new generations that they have impregnated, and they live digitally and they live renewably. They are sustainable by default. What message would you send to younger people about the future of the U.S. energy policies, that it seems, at least in the media, that it's going to go backwards. We know it's not, but I mean, people are not excited anymore about this happening. What would you say to your voters or to younger people about this?
Yeah, I'm always very heartened about the future of our environment, because for younger voters, it is one of the most important issues that they think about. The problem is that they're not single-issue voters, so they don't just vote based on a candidate's environmental policies. If they were single-issue voters, I think that clean and renewable energy would get far more attention. So while it's topmost as a priority for them, it's not how they vote. And I think there is, probably some pessimism, given that Trump has already signaled he wants to return to fossil fuel production. But I like to tell people, again, that many states, including oil-producing states like Texas, have done major investments in green and renewable technologies. So it's not just woke or, progressive California that is making these investments. And I think for younger voters, I would tell them, it's important that they pay attention. It's important that they elect people who believe in the policies that they want to see happen. But they do see climate change and the environment and the reliance on fossil fuels as one of the most important issues for their generation.
Fantastic. And lastly, this is, I promise, my last question, but since there are so many international organizations, different countries, we're in a different country as well right now. And, well, the Biden administration, one of the things that they actually tried to do was to reestablish the U.S. Global leadership in addressing climate change. Well, President Obama, he was fantastic in Paris. The Paris Accord was done mainly because of that pursuit of the Obama administration. The first thing that Trump did at his first administration was retreat from Paris. The first thing that Biden did was go back to the Paris Accord. So how do you think the international community will perceive and respond to this anticipated changes in the Trump administration? And what role should the U.S. Congress have here, and particularly as a minority in the Congress right now?
Yeah, so it is somewhat disappointing, I think, when you saw Trump's first administration. He was very isolationist, very America first, go it alone. He questioned many of our, not just economic alliances, but our strategic military alliances, and really took a step back from the world stage. Biden, when he came in, wanted to re-engage with the rest of the world, with NATO, with other countries in terms of moving us towards energy independence and renewables. So I think, it will be hard to deal with Trump in the next administration. If people think that he will be as engaged in Biden, I think he will take more of an isolationist step back. I think the U.S. needs to lead on these issues, but Congress does have a role to play, and we can continue to make those connections with other countries, to do things, as I said, not so much on the federal level, but state or even cities. I mean, cities are transitioning to solar-powered buses, to, clean and renewable and green energies. So, as a member of Congress, I have been down in Latin America trying to make those connections so that if there is interest in collaboration, we can get folks like the governor of California to make those connections in other countries and see if we can, together come up with solutions that don't require the federal government's involvement in those.
So there is light at the end of the tunnel.
There is always hope. There is always light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you for your time.
Of course.
thumbs up, or can you please text us saying that. Can you please confirm you can hear us? Please wave. Give us a. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So, sir, can you please speak up so we can test your sound here? Deu certo, irmão?
Ladies and gents, please.
they have wearing headphones, so for us it's going to be like this. No, no, ahora también los audífonos para ustedes, yo no los escucho. ¿Me escucháis? ¿Sí? Vale, perfecto. Bueno, ahora voy a hablar en español, me imagino, y darles la bienvenida y de agradecerles muchísimo que estén con nosotros para este panel tan importante que es la fuerza de los acuerdos internacionales para la transición energética, el camino a COP30. Que justamente COP30 el próximo año es aquí en Brasil y será una de las hitos.
Next year, it will be one of the milestones, the most, after the event,
Bienvenida a Sabia Gabasa,
the most important of all. And so, we have online some fellows. We have Mr. Heitzer Siemens will be with him in Brussels and the European Union. I would like to say some words about him.
but the Commission began on the EU-Japan relationships, followed by roles in trade policy, consumer policy, and developing Europe's maritime policy. From 2008 until 2018, he led teams at the Ocean Directorate General, focusing on blue growth strategies, which I think now are more than important, in EU maritime special planning legislation and international ocean governance. Since June 2018, he's leading the C2 Unit C2 at the Energy Division in the EU, focusing on energy, innovation, and clean technologies. So thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Siemers. We are delighted to host you, and please, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello. I hope you can hear me very good. I have an echo, which is not phenomenal, but okay. We'll try. Let me put my speaker down. Okay, so now I don't hear myself. That's probably better. So a few comments. I mean, my bio seems to have left out a couple of things. So the first thing is that I just come back from Tokyo, where I was in for the last 4 years as deputy head of the EU mission. And I've now come back here to Brussels to be advisor to the ETF director, president by Christine Labille, who regretfully can't be here with you today. Anyways, on today's topic, maybe a couple of thoughts from my side. First of all, on the COP that just ended in Baku. The event, of course, has been a mixed bag. We've all seen the press. We've all heard how it went. With a number of the participants unhappy, either about the lack of progress on finance, others about lack of progress in terms of ambition, lack of progress on fossil fuels. But, the other side of that medal is, of course, that when people talk about negotiations, the message is always, those negotiations where everybody walks away to some extent unhappy, those are probably the ones that have provided the most even-handed results. So from our end, we're quite happy that there is something now in terms of a goal on climate finance and the operationalization of carbon markets, and also the launch of the Global Energy Transition Forum, which was launched at the initiative of the Commission. Where we made progress on carbon crediting mechanisms and on transparency. It's clear that the discussions in the COP are essential to finalize agreements on where to go next. And for COP30, which of course will now take place in Brazil, in Belém, we really need to build on the outcomes of COP29 and the things that we had launched in COP28 as well, including on NDCs, nationally determined contributions, and on the doubling of energy efficiency, tripling of renewables integration. But that progress cannot be made unless we also have supporting initiatives. And I cannot list all of those, But there's a couple that I want to mention. One, because in my previous function here in DG Energy, I was deeply involved in that. It's something called the Clean Energy Ministerial, which is very focused on technology and in particular on how to find and use the best technologies that are best adapted to the individual situation of the participating countries and industries. And the second one, I already mentioned it, is the Global Energy Transition Fund that we just launched, which really aims to set up a regular and top-level process so we can ensure that there's progress on this path towards tripling of renewables and the doubling of energy efficiency by the end of the decade, as we had agreed in COP28, and that includes, again, financing. And then, of course, there are some concerns for us as well. First of all, the process of transitioning away from fossil fuels remains painfully slow and is being slowed down by some actors as well. And COP29 in that respect really failed to build on the ambitions that we set out in Dubai. So in any case, we are here, work continues. The COP meetings are always steps in an ongoing process, and all actors are actively preparing now the next steps in the various forums that are active year-round, whether it's the G20, the G7, the working meetings on the climate agenda that take place in the various UN forums, and the Forum on Transition that I mentioned a couple of times already. So what we really are looking for now for COP30 is mostly, of course, the delivery of the post-2030 nationally determined contributions, which we had mandated ahead of COP30. And the experience that we've had, particularly now in COP29, that we need to amplify the role of bilateral climate diplomacy and the use of forums like the G7 and in particular the G20 to bring pressure on major emitters to raise their ambition level. So what we've done as a EU is we've joined a group of other countries calling for ambitious NDCs aligned with really credible emissions reductions. Voila, and then, I wanted to address the question today, which is a bit broader, which is the importance of international agreements in the global energy transition. So I gave some concrete elements on where we stand, and what will be the subjects that will keep the Brazil COP presidency busy towards the COP here. But it's a big question, and it's a big question for a good number of reasons. First of all, let's start by referring to this saying that there is a little bit of also an infamous saying, the end justifies the means. It's usually a negative concept, but it's a very important truth in this context here. It means that when the objective is big enough, we usually find the means to achieve it. And that's why international agreements and everything that goes with it are so important. So this is, of course, because without doing something about climate change, humankind will be thrown back to the Stone Age. And particularly in the area in which I'm active, which is energy, this is very true. Without energy, humankind really does not function. But at the same time, we know that energy production is one of the largest sources of greenhouse gases, and therefore it really needs decarbonizing, no matter how we do it. So all of that is important, particularly in a situation where we all know what's happening now in the context of climate change, and where we all know that it will not get any better. We are already perilously close to 1.5 degrees, and we might very well go beyond it. So it's literally a challenge to humankind as a whole, and a willingness and ability to deal with it, which means cooperation. And cooperation works only through international agreements. So if we don't do international agreements like the COP, and we don't support them with all the activities that are ongoing right now, we will not be able to move towards a situation where climate change is managed and dealt with properly. So that, I think, is the message for me. International agreements built on constructive and cooperative negotiations are essential. Without them, we end up in a situation which is basically the law of the jungle. In the case of climate change, a lot of free riders. And then, if you think about climate change, there's not going to be free riding for a long time because it really affects all of us. This was what I wanted to say, and I'm looking forward to our discussions today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Siemens.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stevens. Thank you so much.
I really appreciate your comments. I think they were right on point. Now I want to introduce for her presentation Savia Gavazza dos Santos. She is now, I believe it, and I apologize, Mr. Siemers, about your bio. I got it mixed up. I apologize for that. But Savia, she's a Brazilian civil engineer and a PhD in hydraulic and sanitation engineering from the University of São Paulo. That's right? Yes. Okay. So that we have the right Savia here. So fantastic. We wanted to. She has held prominent academic roles, both in the Federal University of Pernambuco and the University of Toronto. So she works right now for the IRS, for the Fazenda here in the government of Brazil. And we are very, very happy to receive her here to talk about opportunities for international agreements on energy transition. So please, thank you so much for joining us and coming here to Fortaleza to be here with us. Thank you so much.
Eu que agradeço. Bom dia a todos e a todas aqui presentes. Quero agradecer a organização do evento pelo convite e cumprimentar meus companheiros de mesa, o Luiz Porto e o Heitz Siemers. É um prazer estar aqui com vocês, compartilhar desse painel. Eu não sei se a minha apresentação está passando também.
Screen, but can we please have the presentation on the screen? It's not being shown in the screen. Is it possible to please see it in the screen? So going to the topic of the presentation, the international agreements, I understand that they have the goal to speed up the decarb and the transition of their economies to bring the world back in the path of safe emissions and also bring and foster investments for energy transition. And then I'd like to mention that in the COP30 was launched the new Brazilian NDC, where we are committed to reducing up to 67% of our emissions up to 2035. Brazil is one of the most ambitious and daring targets. So our targets is one of the most ambitious one amongst the developing countries, and now it's tightened a little bit now in this review that we had in a very serious fashion run by the Brazilian government. Amongst the agreements, Heisens already mentioned some, but I'd like to speak about Global Clean Energy Alliance that was launched at COP29 in Banco, especially led by the Brazilian government, by the UK, and one of the main goals is to monitor the progress of the NDCs in the world. So it's an agreement that brings along a lot of countries, Germany, France, and many others, and has this role which is key for us to manage to follow up how the different countries progress. It's not only the commitment to be seen in 2035 or the net zero in 2050 for the Paris Agreement, but monitor in real time. So these agreements suggest doing this monitoring. So quickly, I just wanted to mention that the standards in Brazil is different than the rest of the world, and the challenge that's given to Brazil is a different one. We already have an electric grid that's very clean. Last year, 93% of our grids was clean, and this is extremely important to us in the target for 2050 for many developed countries. So Brazil has already reached this task with respect to electric energy. Our main challenges regarding deforestation combat, and Brazil has a lot of different plans towards it, but we are committed towards reducing and zeroing the illegal deforestation up to 2035 in this revision of the Brazilian NDC. We had a good progress last year. Recently it was launched, but I don't have a lot of time to go into the details here, but we are available to carry on talking. So very quickly, I just wanted to mention the business environment that's being prepared for Brazil, led by Minister Haddad. Minister of Finance, and also by the Brazilian Parliament, the Brazilian tax reform that's going to take Brazil from one of the countries that has one of the most complex tax systems in Brazil to one of the best in the world. We are now in the World Bank rank out of 190 banks. We are now positioned 186, given the complexity of paying taxes in this country. With the tax reform, we are moved from 186 position to perhaps the 6th position. So we're going to be coming up from the bottom of the list to the top of the list. We're going to be top 10, between the top 10s in the world with respect to the tax system that we're going to improve enormously the business environment in the country. Given the tax reform, I would like to reinforce here the commitment of the minister with fiscal responsibility. There was a interview today, and we reviewed the GDP today, and it was at this conference today. This media conference is to close at 3.5 GDP, and the unemployment is going to be one of the lowest ever. So by doing so, this is part of the environment and the setting so that the international agreements is no good to just capture resources should the land in the country be not ready to receive these investments and to impact the development that we need to see in the country. So Minister Haddad, our Minister of Finance, together with Rafael Dubé, who is his Deputy Secretary, put together what we call the Ecological Transformation Plan, which is a set of actions that will promote Brazilian development in a new economy base, that we take out this plan, which is an economic development plan based on a new relationship with the environment, with a green job generation, and redistributing more equitably the income in the country. So we have 3 main goals as a plan. Number 1 is to improve competition, the competitiveness of Brazil, improve the capacity to add value in our Brazilian supply chains with environmental sustainability and generated social justice, all very important ones. Amongst the ecological transformation actions, I'd like to quickly mention, I know I'm running out of time, but please allow me to say that the approval last year of the carbon regular markets, which is a delivery of the country. It is a market that's going to work in a cap and trade system where we're going to establish the maximum limits. So we have spoken about the NDC, moving up the slides. So we have the 3 pillars in the plan, the 6 different axes, and sustainable finance has a lot to do with the economy, the Ministry of Economy. There is a link and some materials that we brought here to my note about the ecological transformation plan that you can feel free to please get one so you can understand better. The second axis is going to be the one of technological density, bioeconomy and food system, circular economy and the new green economy amongst all different actions. This plan is located at the Ministry of Finances because we have the fiscal administrative credits and regulatory tools to support the sectors and the industry that we need to support towards energy transition and stop withhold other sectors that we need to withhold. So I'll mention here the Pact for Ecological Transformation is the 3rd time in Brazilian history that this happens. 3 different branches of government unite, the parliament and the judiciary and the executive unite and work together towards our common goals, which is ecological transformation. It's a new sign of Brazilian commitment towards the climate goals, and the 3 branches of government with this goals. Started speaking about the carbon market, but we have the state market. So
de alinhar todos os outros países.
Way. Now we may have 6 or 7 poles around the world, and it's important that Brazil, that is an influencer regionally, Brazil shall establish ambitious targets because it will help. No.
Agora sim. Parou. Baixo.
So, we are all right again. So, where did where I was? Well, let me resume. I stopped when talking about one of the transitions, right? And, negotiations, etc., international pressure, international enforcement. It must happen in the national blocks where the bold Brazilian targets must be important to influence all the region, Latin America, for example. And incentives in terms of funding, as I told you before, the financial markets, the bonus, green bonus, World Bank, they're creating elements, but I would like to associate this with another transition we are experiencing, another difficulty. And because of what's been told before about the fourth industrial revolution, many countries, they need to reallocate their companies to other countries, and they started to discuss about the targets. And many countries, they've applied this minimal tax, and it serves to the big corporations. Why not mix it up? For example, do a combo. think about free tax zone, but to small countries, but we have great emitters that they foster special zones for processing and exportation. So we should establish the minimum threshold and give some bonuses for incentive for achievements. And talking about the fiscal issue, well, it can be taken to the countries themselves. Those incentives, for example, it can be summoned according to indicators showing they are following up the criteria. Well, better scores, since they are reducing emissions as much, to reduce, give them more discounts, something related to money. But the moral pressure in what regards it, it's fundamental to have organizations advocating for the ideas. I don't know if we could be sitting here if some years ago we haven't organized Greenpeace, for example. So we need to seize those spaces, those opportunities for a behavioral change. It's a matter of social standards. So we have something called social attractive. People behave the way that, is when they find less resistance. As much as we have a focal point, a guideline that shows me the way, but yesterday I was talking to someone, and always when I go to work, I pass through loads of 4x4 traction cars with just one person, because that driver, they love to hear the engine working, right? So it's a matter of behavior, and we need to punish this, enforce this somehow. That's why the organizations are important to fight against or to foster energy transition. Greenpeace is doing that, some other organizations are doing that, but in a kind of summit like this, it's important to create new spaces for new organizations to raise. So I will finish. I'm out of time now. Thank you very much. Yes, those are incredible themes for absolutely, connecting with absolutely everything. And I'd like to talk to Mr. Simmers and in which language I may talk to him, in English or Spanish. Well, I will talk in English.
Considerando que o senhor Porto falou aqui, for example, the reporting of companies, of medium-sized companies and large companies, which now have to report on environmental issues. So they have a direct control over what they are doing and their impact on the environment. But also other mechanisms that I wonder if you can talk to us a little bit on, for example, what role does a technological innovation play in the European energy process? And if you think that it might be developing this technological cooperation between the EU and developing countries being used to strengthen and accelerate energy transition or energy transition enforcement of the agreements.
De América o de desarrollo, de cómo estos acuerdos internacionales pueden ser obligados, si esto tiene algún sentido para usted.
Please wait for a second, because please wait 1 second because we're not listening. One second, please.
Paró aquí. Él paró allá.
We're not listening right now to Mr. Simmers. So, can you try to talk? Well, we try to fix this issue with yourselves. I'm gonna talk to Savia Gavazza. So, for example, how can I would like to ask you, Savia, if it's okay, how can initiatives such as the climate finance and green bonds that you were talking about foster greater private sector participation? Because we understand that the government will play a very strong role, but probably one of the most important things is how to engage with the private sector and private companies. Can you tell us how this market is really going to help you pursue this participation?
Importante essa questão, muito obrigada por ela. Mas essa ideia para relacionar, então não ouvindo de volta. Não sei se a pergunta foi na direção, tá ok. Mas esse sentido, Jorge, eu queria relacionar aqui rapidamente, né? As relações de patrimônio soberano sustentáveis feitas pelo governo brasileiro e que esse recurso está alocado no Fundo Pangeia. O Fundo Pangeia vem historicamente aplicando aí 0,2 bilhões de reais nos últimos 10 anos e o Tesouro Nacional faz uma emissão de patrimônio soberano de 10 bilhões de reais no ano passado. Isso é mais 10
emission in Brazilian reais is a way to leverage the green bonds that we can mention. This is made available for BNDES, operated by BNDES, and this result is transferred through funds into the companies for investments in energy transition. All these issues related to technology. It's a way of leverage. I'd like to mention TFFF for the fund facility that Brazil is here to do to protect the forest of all different countries. The forest to be of the private sector so that we can keep the forest up, but also reforestation is connected
con el mercado de carbón.
So I believe that
Estos dos puntos traigo que son formas de apalancar este trabajo. Gracias por la pregunta. Logramos mejorar el...
No.
Dice que no.
Anyways, so Luis, siguiendo contigo mientras tratamos de arreglar el problema porque creo que es absolutamente central y crucial para poder hablar de estas temáticas. Pero bueno, no sé si has hecho la propuesta de que se quede una parte, una tercera parte de este impuesto global.
Para que eso
de esos acrónimos nuevos que le ponemos a todo, pero que una 10% global y 5% dependiente a este cumplimiento. ¿Hay alguna experiencia en tu opinión o que en toda tu trayectoria que lo hayas visto o desde la OEA o desde otro lugar en donde se haya podido hacer esto más allá de la parte de la banca privada, pero en un acuerdo internacional?
Un acuerdo internacional no, pero hay experiencias nacionales, sí, donde lo que en economía se llama el diseño de mecanismos ayuda a alinear los incentivos públicos y privados. Bueno, es notorio el desarrollo de China sobre la base de lo que ellos tenían era un protocolo bianual donde se señalaban cuáles eran los sectores que tenían exoneraciones en impuesto a la renta corporativa por 10 años, y eso iba cambiando por región y por sector cada 2 años, y el desarrollo notorio que logró China con ese instrumento me exime de mayor profundización. El Banco de Alemania es un banco que lo hace también con las empresas alemanas, tienen un sistema de puntaje de que, de acuerdo a ciertos indicadores, entre ellos el de producción más limpia, se dan puntajes y, bueno, más puntos, menos tasa de interés. En un esquema similar, el régimen de promoción de inversiones de Uruguay es muy similar, tanto a China como a Alemania. Es una mezcla, es un híbrido entre lo de China y Alemania. Los objetivos.
The goals private sector and the goals of the public sector as well. Thank you very much, Luis. So let's try to see if we work with Siemens, if we can hear him. Você pode falar agora? Do peronista, do último governo, agora nós temos uma onda nova internacional de negacionistas climáticos, pessoas que não acreditam nos efeitos da mudança climática, não acreditam nessa cooperação tão pouco, e nós temos muitas perguntas diferentes que surgiram ultimamente. Que
in the 1970s, we called them los grupos no alineados. That they had a very strong influence in other topics, not environment, but in other topics. Can we learn from those experiences to have a new leadership from the past, from these regions? I mean, to learn from the past on these new leaderships. Is this, or is it the European Union's role to lead now? What do you think?
¿Se escucha ahí? ¿Sí? ¿Sí? ¿Se escucha? Yo no solamente creo la posibilidad de líderes, sino también de lo que se puede denominar... No se escucha.
Ahora sí, ahora empieza.
Hola, ¿y se escucha?
No. Hola.
Volvemos al otro. Hola, ¿ahí se escucha? Sí. Yo señalaba que por un tema está el tema de los líderes, como señalé antes, creo que en la región, en el sur, y no solamente, Brasil es muy importante, y ahora no solamente porque la presidenta del Banco de los BRICS es Dilma, es decir que Brasil puede también ir más allá de la región para tratar de buscar influencia en estos temas. Por ejemplo, si el Banco de los BRICS comienza a usar instrumentos financieros que premian el cumplimiento de las metas de las NDC. Pero además hay un tema de intervenciones de liderazgo, es decir, como señalaba hoy, que más allá que haya cambios de gobierno en algunos países que desacreditan de alguna forma los problemas que trae el cambio climático, por un lado la realidad es más fuerte, ¿no? Todos los años tenemos inundaciones, sequías y desastres naturales en todo el mundo, la realidad es más fuerte y eso lamentablemente juega a favor de los que impulsamos este tipo de transiciones. Pero por otra parte, hay posibilidad de intervenciones concretas. Digamos, vuelvo a Brasil porque es el más importante en nuestra región, en nuestro sur. Todos los países van a necesitar infraestructura para esto. En primer lugar, de integración energética entre los países. Brasil y Uruguay ya la tienen. Eso facilita mucho desde el punto de vista eléctrico, pero se puede avanzar en una integración mayor en todo el cono sur en materia de infraestructura para la integración energética. Pero lo mismo pasa para otro tipo de infraestructuras. Hay países donde se está explorando la posibilidad de producción de hidrógeno verde, pero el hidrógeno verde necesita infraestructura de almacenamiento para la exportación y también infraestructura de almacenamiento para la importación. Esos son desarrollos en los cuales ya tenemos instrumentos en el cono sur, en particular en el Mercosur, tenemos el Wsoet, que permitirían acceder a fondos para el desarrollo de esas infraestructuras. Es decir, es cierto que el liderazgo es fuerte en materia de creencias y hay que dar esa lucha en el campo de las ideas, pero no debemos abandonar la realidad. La realidad es muy fuerte y en la medida que se invierta en infraestructura para la integración energética o para el desarrollo de productos como el hidrógeno verde o con el apoyo y la cooperación internacional para instituciones inclusivas en materia social para las industrias extractivas. Las baterías se hacen con litio, con níquel, con cobre, que América del Sur es muy rica en esos minerales, pero al mismo tiempo son industrias extractivas que generan problemas a nivel local, a nivel de las sociedades, y que es necesario que haya cooperación para el desarrollo también de instituciones inclusivas que le den participación a los ciudadanos, porque nadie quiere tampoco una cadena de suministros de energía verde en el futuro que tenga potenciales conflictos y que se rompa la cadena de suministro porque tiene un potencial conflicto cuando se extrae el litio o cuando se extrae el níquel o cuando se extrae el cobre. Entonces, hay muchos elementos para hacer intervenciones de liderazgo por parte de diferentes países. Muchos de los inversores de nuestra región son europeos. Aquí también la Unión Europea puede jugar un rol importante en este tipo de cooperación no digo para enfrentar, pero por lo menos para hacer un contrapeso de los países o las regiones dentro de algunos países que tengan la bandera del descreimiento del cambio climático. Y acá me voy de nuevo a otro concepto de la teoría del juego. Yo estoy para la teoría del juego, ya mencioné un par de conceptos, voy a otro concepto no menor. El tema del descreimiento del cambio climático no es un tema de creencia, es un tema de poder real. Es decir, hay una industria tradicional, pesada, que es la base socioeconómica de muchos movimientos políticos en el mundo, que es la industria basada en combustibles fósiles. Entonces, hay un concepto que es el problema compromiso en teoría de juegos, es que no se le puede pedir a gobiernos o a países cuyo sustento, cuya base socioeconómica es esa industria tradicional, que haga compromisos que les haga reducir su poder. No es creíble que hagan compromisos, que personas que detentan un poder hagan compromisos que les hace reducir su poder. Eso no es creíble. Entonces, de allí es que se generan estos relatos para dar la batalla en materia de las ideas contra la idea del cambio climático. Entonces, nosotros está bien que demos la batalla también en el campo de las ideas, pero no nos olvidemos que al final del día las relaciones internacionales son relaciones de poder y lo que hay que hacer es generar mecanismos de contrapesos.
Okay, let's try to make let's try to make a last effort. Hans, well, Mr. Heitz, Simmons, can you try to talk, please? You can't listen. Can you talk? No me oye nadie, ¿no? Tampoco. Okay. Mr. Simmons, can you try to talk? Well, I apologize to Mr. Simmons, and particularly apologize to all of you and all of the people watching and streaming. We have this technical issue that unfortunately we haven't been able to resolve, and so sorry. It's very embarrassing. thank you for your patience, Mr. Simmers, and I really. But Savia, can you please continue with your answer?
Oi, eu acho que a colaboração entre o Sul Global e o Norte Global ela é inevitável, né? O Norte Global tem um avanço tecnológico e um desenvolvimento que pode ser compartilhado com o Sul Global, muitas coisas podem ser desenvolvidas em parceria, enquanto que o Sul Global, né, alguns países já fizeram sua tarefa de limpar sua matriz, né? Essa temática possam deixar suas contribuições em relação à distribuição dos créditos fiscais que estão previstos no marco regulatório de hidrogênio, que foi recentemente aprovado. E nessa linha também, Porto, eu acho que é inevitável essa colaboração. A gente tem aqui emergindo, né, e numa situação praticamente já crítica, a questão dos data centers, né, que precisam de uma descarbonização, que precisam dessa matriz energética limpa. Eu acho que o Sul Global tem um potencial de atrair os data centers e de promover essa cadeia, esse setor de data centers sustentáveis, né, renováveis, com energia limpa, com circularidade. Então, eu vejo como, apesar, né, de todas as diferenças mencionadas pelo Jorge, eu acho que a colaboração entre o Norte Global e o Sul Global, ela é prática.
Collaboration is inevitable for us to meet Paris Agreement targets.
Thank you so much.
We couldn't address climate change so far, and today we couldn't address the audio issues. Well, honestly, I would like to. It's a challenge. I love Mr. Luis Porto insights because he's an economist and he's very rational. And his insights are very interesting on our dilemmas because we are kind of experiencing a dilemma, and collaboration is not a human being feature, very well developed. On the other hand, Brazil has a great leadership in all Latin America, and we can have a great role here since Rio 92, yes, 1992, and the former president of the President Brundtland from the 1980s so far. We have done a lot. We have done a lot, and the problem is not too much technical. It's more moral and ethical. And we have the resources enough to change things, but we don't have international morals and international ethics enough yet, as it seems. So I would like you to leave a final reflection on that. Which one is the greatest challenge? And again, I apologize to Mr. Zimmers, and to thank him. Well, he's seeing us and not listening to us, but we thank him for being present in our screen right here in the main stage. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Mrs. Savia, please. Final remarks. Well, the challenge is really global, and we understand that the instruments, the financial funding instruments, they're being designed, and I understand that's not a technical issue. We have many instruments already designed by the government of Brazil, for example, for funding, for investments, for us to meet the climate commitments assumed in the past. But as Mr. Luis Porto commented, we have a great challenge, and you, Jorge, commented about the moral challenge, right? For us to understand and to assume this understanding, so to be committed with the climate changes. So climate changes, it exists. All the countries, they've experienced consequences on natural disasters, and climate change, extreme events, but I think that's a great challenge. One comment Mr. Porto said, so something simple we sometimes forget. We are working together with the National Oil Agency and the Treasury State Ministry, for example, to put in the gas stations an announcement, so how much CO2 is emitted for any liter of gas, comparing gasoline and comparing ethanol, for example. Those for the final consumer would be education. So filling a tank with ethanol, it would be only $1 of economy, but let the decision to the final consumer, to the final customer, right? Simple information, simple education that can enable behavioral change, because since we internalize, from the moment we internalize that we have a global issue and we unavoidably, we have to face it together. There's no other way. So the growth, the non-sustainable growth, it destructs natural capital resources, and it destructs the potential for growth and development of the next generations. We need sustainable growth, but sustainable growth, it costs, right? And besides, we have parts of the components of these sustainable growth, as we've said, about some industries that are generating some environmental equality but not social equality. So we need less inequalities, considering environment and considering social justice, but it costs. And from where we are getting this money? Well, money comes from growth. And the greatest challenge, from my point of view, the greatest challenge is to address this dilemma. We need to grow, to have money, to grow in other ways. So, but to have growth, so certain developments, they generate positions of power that the status quo denies. So the status quo do not leave behind. And I recognize power relationships, okay, but we need to generate a counterbalance, as Mrs. Savia said. We need to have new ideas, new educational ideas. The new elected president from Uruguay, they had a campaign, so the revolution of the simple things, it was his motto for his campaign. And those kinds of things, like Mrs. Savia said, like in the gas station. And so just some announcements, simple things for the final customer, specific messages, specific communication for specific target audiences. We need to have this fight, we need to embrace this fight, and not only let it to the government. So civil society must be, in the front, generating counterbalance mechanisms, and I would like to thank the organizers and to say that we need more events like that. So thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for your patience. We have 1 hour for lunch. We have a food court by, just here, the room on the right. And we'll have all the very interesting lectures in the afternoon. So we count on your participation. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Danilo Turk, please. Mr. Danilo Turk, we are here speaking from the venue where we are holding the event. So just to tell you, can you hear me? Can you confirm or give us a thumbs up on the screen? Good afternoon. So I would like to introduce myself. My name is Rosiane Medeiros. My name is Rosiane Medeiros. I am a civil engineer. I have a master in structures and I am also an entrepreneur. And I am in charge of the Secretariat of International Affairs of the state of Ceará. And it's been very, very profitous to me. I'm learning a lot. I have the honor to have with us former president of Mr. Danilo Turk. But we have former president of Ecuador, Rosalia Arteaga, and the former president of Tunisia. Sorry my pronunciation, Mehdi Jomar. And we've had this morning several and various participations, loads of technical lectures demonstrating the moment we are experiencing in our state regarding energy transition. It brings enormous opportunities. We've been working a lot, we've been working hard, counting on the support of our state governor. Just tell you a little bit, to give you a little bit of context. Ceará is a small state in Brazil. We've had lots of problems in terms of economic development. 80% of our territory is within a semi-arid territory, and we have, with the energy transition, we're trying to monetize it, to capitalize it in all the ways possible. The state government is supporting us, is taking all the efforts necessary, giving support to the companies coming here. But we like to share the experiences of other countries, and it will be very nice to listen to you, to listen to you in the panel. I would like to know about our fellow online, if he will come in or not. Well, let me tell you a little bit about our panel. We'll have here initially, we have an introduction. We'll have a lecture from each one of the speakers with 5 minutes for their presentation, so their personal and institutional, talking about their background, the institutions they are representing, the experiences of former presidents of a country. That's very important. And then we will have a moment of Q&A. Each question, so I will be asking questions to you. It will take maximum 1 minute. And the answers, you will have 3 minutes for each question. And we'll have one question as a final question, one question for you all. This said, I would like to reiterate the great pleasure to have you here as representatives of your countries. And now we'll let themselves to introduce themselves on their own, but they are members of Club Madrid, former president of Tunisia, I think. You from the Ecuador, not member of the Club, Madrid's club, or not? I don't know. Well, okay, no. And the former president of Slovenia is also a member, as far as I know. So it's a group that puts together prime minister, former presidents, that are working hard for democracy, to keep democracy alive. And it's important. This is important because the world is experiencing, crisis beyond the energy crisis, a geopolitical crisis, and other conflicts. We've had some kind of a small period of peace, but I would like to have their visions, not only about energy transition, but all the impacts of those global crises regarding the energy transition, and obviously always focusing on be inclusive and bring development and bottom line peace, right? So this said, I would like to pass the floor to the former president of Slovenia, Mr. Danilo Turk, for the presentations, institutional and personal. Can you, so I don't know if you listened to us, but it's 5 minutes for your introduction, personal / institutional presentation. Good afternoon and be very welcome. The floor is yours. President Turk, sorry, we couldn't hear you, President Turk. Sorry for technical issues, local technical issues. Please, can you restart? Can you start over? Or no? In this case, I would like to pass the floor to Mrs. Rosalia Arteaga. Please, you hold on, Mr. Danilo. Please, you'll be the next one. Okay, sorry for that. Muito boa tarde, eu vou falar, I will talk in Spanish. Good afternoon. It's the second time I'm here in Fortaleza, and it's a beautiful city, I must say. And I've had the luck to study, I've studied in the state capital of the state of Bahia. It's called Salvador. And I know very well that part of Brazil. And well, people asked me to talk about my activities. I'm a lawyer and I'm attorney at law, and I've been working with educational causes in great part of my life. I've been vice minister of culture, sports in my country, and I've been the president of the Republic of Ecuador. So I've been the first woman to develop these issues in my country. I've been living as a secretary of Amazon Corporation, and then so I've been developed my academic life as a member of CATI, Agronomic Center for Investigation for Research in Costa Rica. I'm president of UNI. I'm a member and of the board of the Alexandria Library, and a counselor for the Britain Encyclopedia, and I'm also a writer. I write poetry and literature for youngsters and children, and I love to talk about environment, ethics, and talking about a school of youngsters that we foster in Ecuador. And I'm happy to be here in Fortaleza, and we'll touch those themes regarding energy transition, and it has to do a lot with the hard situations we are experiencing, most of all in South America. Because droughts are making lots of countries, among others, mine, Ecuador, we have almost 14 hours per day sometimes of blackout, because we've bet only in the hydroelectric model. So in this moment, and in the next minutes, I'll be talking about the need of diversifying the sources of energy and the obligations that the states and the governments they have to work on this diversification that allows us to have sustainable energy, but from several sources. On the other hand, we have a risk to have a full blackout. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Rosalia, and so keeping up the good work. So the technical issue has been addressed. Or not? Well, let us check. Is it okay? Mr. Danilo Turk audio, can we have it? Good afternoon, Mr. Turk. It's a pleasure to have you here. Please, the floor is yours. Floor is yours, if you will. Your background, etc.
Vocês não estão com problema? No canal 20.
Hello, hello, can you hear me? Ele tá me ouvindo, viu? Só para avisar. Ele tá me ouvindo.
Sim, parece que tá ok. Estão ouvindo? Estão ouvindo? Me parece que o canal em português está ok, mas o canal para os dois outros.
Channel for both all the speakers is not working. Yes, we are trying to... Yes, you can proceed, please, please. Excuse us for that, we can hear you.
Bom, eu queria saber aqui dos aspectos técnicos, porque para mim está perfeitamente. O problema está com, acredito que seja com ele. Produção. Se a informação cortar, professor, eu tenho aqui a palavra para o senhor
Jamal. In the meantime, the techs will try to sort out your sound. Is that okay with you, sir?
To face.
to use this challenge as opportunity for using renewable energy, and we have all the minerals as well, which are necessary for the for the manufacturing and the assembly of such equipments. In Tunisia as well, we are between Algeria and Libya, two big producer of oil and gas, but we have a deficit. We are importing half of our energy, fossil energy, from outside. So you can imagine how important is really to focus on the question of energy, because it's linked to the development. You cannot develop any country without without energy, and so that's why it was crucial to establish a vision. A global vision of the energy question, and is in this vision to ensure our security as well as a country, but to feed the development and the growth that we are forecasting for the country. We have to develop, and we are focusing on the renewable energy. I saw that in the preparation of this meeting, one of the questions, what is the role of the state in that? The state should be more than a regulator. The state should be visionary, strategic, regulator, and guarantor as well. Because the question of energy is not a separate sector. You have to include it in the global vision. Which future do you forecast for your country? Which economic activity, which industry, which is your social policy? What is the geopolitics all around, the environment, the region, and you have to take into account all of that, and the energy is essential, is crucial, is in the focal point of all this question. So you cannot treat the energy question or the transition without including the whole vision. That's why the state should be visionary. That's why the state should propose a strategy, on a long-term strategy, and should be as well the regulator, but as well put all the leverage to encourage going through this transition, because its benefits. One remark, I was listening to some debates this morning, and each time we speak about the energy transition, we speak about the cost. I think it's not a cost. It's an opportunity of investment. Let's have a look. When you use the fossil energy, you have to renew. It's a recurrent cost. And when you shift to the renewable energy, maybe the investment is big, but you replace a recurrent cost by a non-recurrent cost, because all what you have after, it's the maintenance of the system. And that's the first point. The second is that when you remove and when you move to the renewable energy, you create itself, it's an economic activity, creating jobs, creating opportunities with the renewable energy. Some, when you have a territory with isolated part, a village or area, you cannot reach them with the conventional network, but you can develop some separate microgrids that can create activity, create comfort, and helps people to for their development or development for the education, for economic and social development, for healthcare, and so on. So my first remark is that renewable energy, the energy transition, it's costly in investment, but it's not a cost, it's a real investment, and it's opportunity to create a new economic activity, to create new dynamic, and should be a part of a global vision.
Well, folks, we apologize for the technical problems because we're having some issues. Do we carry on with the two speakers who are here? Do we wait? Can anybody please help me up here? I did not want to leave our guests waiting too long. Okay, let's go on. We're going now, address now Rosalia initially. Given the potential for renewable electricity in Latin America, how the governments, how can they lead the energy transition, guaranteeing at the same time economic development and protection and inclusion for the local native communities? Thank you very much for your question. I would say that effectively, without energy at the moment that we do not have development, because energy touches all the different aspects of our lives. And I had already said that I'm working a lot with education, and we believe that without energy, we don't have good quality of education. We have the needs to work intensely in what it means, the possibility of coming with cheap energy of good quality to the different regions in the countries. The moderator here, Rosiane, had asked me, because we have a great biodiversity in Latin America, and this is true. However, biodiversity has a series of challenges and fragilities that unfortunately put us in complicated situation. That's why I said in my first manifestation we had the needs that the governments will have norms that will allow the private sector to work and establish milestones, adequate ones of work for the private sector and for the public sector as well, in a way that we can always have good quality of energy and accessible, affordable prices. With respect to the Ecuadorian case, Peruvian as well, Colombian as well, Brazilian, etc., we have had for some years of recurrent droughts. I recall when I used to work in Brazil in 2005, 2006, the drought in the Amazon region was brutal. And the Amazon River went down to a very minimum volume, in a way that if we have all the resources and just one source like hydroelectrics, this is likely not to work. This is the problem that we have in the Andean countries, where we haven't had a very serious drought, that the rivers do not have enough water to run the power plants. In many cases, the water cannot be kept in storage, so it's used immediately for the production of energy. I also believe that this extraordinary diversity that we have in the Latin American countries could allow the possibility of more emphasis in solar energy, wind energy, and we also have to foster the geothermal energy. For Ecuadorian case, we have volcans, a lot of active volcans. And we believe that, taking the example of countries like Iceland, we could work also in this kind of energy. Also, it's important to mention that if we do not have a good legal framework, it's not going to work. Back to my Ecuadorian case, because it's dramatic what we've been going through. We have power cuts for 8, sometimes 15 hours a day, and this is definitely killing the possibility that the companies had good work, because the big companies, the ice cream shops, do not have electricity and they cannot work. Quito, a beautiful capital city, you have generators all over the place, similar to other cities, that these generators in a way are becoming a problem of noise pollution and also environmental pollution, because we were speaking about gasoline and diesel engines, and this makes the production very expensive and is generating a situation of stress huge in our country, similar to what we have had in different countries. Also, I believe that we have to diversify, because if in our countries we have east and west rivers, the dams have to be in both sectors, because they have water, different water regimes. Because if they all have in the east side, we're going to have blackouts, we're going to have shortage of energy. A good legal framework has to look after and stimulate private investment that can put kilowatts to the companies and to their households at the national grids. In Ecuador, in this case, we do not have a legal framework that's adequate that could allow that when a house have solar panels, or a company that looked for solutions to their companies can in the meantime give this left over to the national network. This would help a lot, and equally the opportunity to invest before we only have state hydro plants. And there is one more topic that I have to mention here, which is we have to leave the local governments to bring their own solutions locally, because it is the states and the municipalities. I'm not going to speak about the Brazilian case, but in case of Ecuador, our states and our municipalities could work with energy provision if we had a good legal framework. So we have to be intelligent to not leave the countries in the dark. There are some companies that have a serious crisis, and this has affected people's lives. I am currently working in an online university. Imagine what happens to a person that's attending online lessons and have 14 hours of power cuts. At what time is this person going to be able to watch the classes? So we're speaking about schools, we're speaking about high schools that had to cancel their classes and activities. So in our case, it's some sort of a second pandemic. So we had COVID, people stayed at home. Now they're doing the same, staying at home because we don't have electricity. So for me, I'm very happy to be here to speak about this in this forum in Fortaleza, because it's a topic that is very current, that's very updated, and for us it's very important for countries like Ecuador, our neighboring countries that can have an interconnection system like Colombia that can sell energy to Ecuador because we are interconnected. However, Colombia is having issues with drought, so the problem is replicated, and of course those who suffer are the citizens, because without energy there will be no development. So it's actually a very sad and concerning situation. This obviously causes a lot of dissatisfaction to the population, and we already have a lot of pressure from different sectors. And with respect to the energy case, it is important to find solutions to improve people's lives. And now, to Mr. Jamar, what lessons can Tunisia offer us about public policies for diversifying electricity matrix, and how to attract private investment for renewable energy in the Mid East and North of African countries? Eu acho
and windy, and we have not in Tunisia maybe, but in many countries we have hydraulic resources as well. So with this position, we can imagine really a large vision allowing Tunisia to have its own renewable energy and to succeed in the transition, but it could be a player in the region, exporting to Europe green energy through producing electricity in the desert, but as well, let's think about the future of hydrogen. So we can produce hydrogen, and instead of importing from Africa fossil energy, we can import hydrogen, which is a green that we can produce in a green way. So I think Tunisia is one of the right example to see the benefits of this transition and to see how huge is this opportunity, and it's. I don't like to speak about the challenges or because it's a real opportunity. Today, if you have a look, the main player in that should be the state, the government. It's not a simple stakeholder or a simple partner. He has to lead because he has the knowledge of the need in all the sectors. He has a vision of the future and the growth of the country and the different sectors and the need of energy. He has the knowledge of the geopolitics. He has the knowledge of what we need all around the countries. We cannot today imagine a vision for the country without seeing what is happening all around and the sources of energy. Because one of the things to succeed this transition is to be connected to the large grid and to take advantage. Let's have a look in Europe. When it's cold there, it's hot in our country. And when they have a peak of production, for example, in France, in a nuclear, we can, if we are connected to this grid, we can consume this energy, delasting the European network, but getting this energy for free or for a low cost. I will give you an example to see how it's important, even socially. You know, we changed everything, the regulation, and to encourage going to renewable energy in Tunisia. But we have a system of subsidies, which is a social politic to allow people to have access to energy. Whatever you do, you can change the regulation, you can encourage the investment, the public sector, the private sector or the public sector. When you have subsidies, you prevent the renewable energy to be competitive because it's less expensive to consume the fossil energy. So, but in the meantime, it's a social policy. And you see, from a question of energy transition, from a question of how to produce renewable energy, you are linked to a social question. So you have to solve that. And that's what we did. We balanced the subsidies with regard to the categories, social categories, and it depends on the industry as well, in the type or the kind of industry. We balanced that, allowing the renewable energy to become competitive, which is really very important. I think for the investor it's simple. The private sector comes when you have a good regulation, you have the leverage of the incentives as well. Because who decided of the fiscal policy and the tax policy? That's the government. So you have to put constraints on conventional and on inefficiency, because it's another aspect as well of the energy transition, is the efficiency, the energy efficiency, which is as important as the kind of energy that we have. So through the regulation, through the incentives, you can put constraints to reduce the consumption, you can put constraints to reduce the use of this fossil, and in the same time you can, through the fiscality and the tax, put incentives to encourage that. Any investor, when he has, you know, it's a long-term market. It's not something activity that you will install for 1 year. It's for 20 years, for 30 years. So it's attracting investments if you offer a stable, good regulation, but as well a good vision to give them the opportunity to hope getting a profitable business during a long time. I think everywhere in the world today, if we see this as opportunity of a business, we know that there is a lot of money to invest. And we have in the world a lack of opportunities than a lack of money. Just to offer the right frame to encourage the investors to come, stability, good regulation, the good investment, but as well to ensure that there is a market for a long term, and that's something which is important, is an independent regulatory commission or instance, because you have an existing players with conventional energy, fossil energy, like any change they will resist. So many roles of the state to ensure that it transforms this problem, this challenge, in an opportunity and giving an opportunity to investment. And I don't have any, I'm coming from the private sector. It's not a problem when you have the right frame. It's not a problem to attract investments.
Is not here. The problem is on the internet of Professor Turk. But I will do some follow-up questions. To take this opportunity, I've understood that in Ecuador, the dependence on hydroelectrics is very severe. I would like to explore it a little bit. You've mentioned about thermal energy, Vulcan energy. Do we have any policy, any public policy in Ecuador to attract investments on that? As you mentioned, your countries and ours, Brazil, we don't have many public resources from the public administrations to invest in those projects that they need huge amount of money, and they are risky investments. What Ecuador is doing to attract investors for this new matrix? Question. So we have lots of devices to deal with. So the microphone, cell phone to calculate time, and also the translation device. Well, we're trying, but we're doing the best we can. In case of the Ecuador, maybe some of you are not aware of my country because it's one of the smallest countries in the South America. But we foster an extraordinary biodiversity. We have 4 very well marked biomes. We have the coast, the Pacific, and the Andes Mountains, and a country, one of the most volcanic countries in the world, with the biggest number of active volcans. That's an asset we would like to foster. We have a very rich in biodiversity Amazon, and we also have Galapagos. Galapagos Island is the cherry of the cake. And in what regards the evolution of species and natural evolution, well, we know that a great German scientist, one of the most brightest minds of humanity, he's been inspired by the Ecuador. So he visited one of the highest mountains in the world there, and he developed his theory about the interrelationship of all the beings, all the living beings in the world, but also he mentioned about the relation, about the geological part. Most probably he's been one of the first to talk about climate changes. And to answer your question, Mrs. Rosiani, I would like to say that energy must be sustainable. We cannot do this otherwise. If we do otherwise, we will attempt against our own planet. We have no turning back point. There's no planet B. There's no planet B. We don't have another planet to change to and to get the resources, so we need to keep the planet we have today. And talking about energy, well, we did a lot of wrong things. We've been working with fossil energies. One of our main products for exploitation is oil, right? And but we do not to bet on fossil energy. We need to seek for all the alternatives. Ecuador is trying to find investors to generate another type of energy like geothermal. But in terms of solar panels and wind energy, we have some kind of cooperation. Wind farms in the Galapagos, wind farms in the other fields of Ecuador that can change energy matrix, of a small country with with enormous natural resources, but we know that they are limited. Water is one of the fundamental themes, because if we put all our hope in the hydric-based energy, we may see problems like droughts. In Ecuador, the droughts are being each year more severe. So those climate changes, indeed, sometimes we have floodings and sometimes we have extreme droughts. We have problems in the hydroelectric centers when we have leaks. We have dams being compromised by the floodings. We have studies about for example, River San Francisco. And we need to be aware that we have damages in certain aspects like this. So the key thing is to diversify. Diversify, as our grandmother would say, we cannot put all the eggs in the same basket, right? We need to generate this wise old principle that it means to diversify. Geothermal, wind, water, so hydroelectric, solar, photovoltaic, and energy of water processing, for example, the green hydrogen with water, right? So all this could be managed with one smart policy, giving the opportunity to the private sector to be part of the solution, and not only the public sector, because I think that's the only way. And Ecuador is very keen on investments. The current President of the Republic, it's an interim president. We'll have elections next year in Ecuador, elections for president, but I think we'll have a pilot project for geothermal energy. If it's not the solution, it's not the silver bullet, but we are trying to use sea energy, using boats, vessels in the sea. That's what we are experiencing in Ecuador in this moment. Thank you. Now our Professor Danilo Turk, we don't have him online, so let's keep up the discussions here with the in-person lecturers. Mr. Jomar, I would like to comment about the crisis in Europe, mainly the insatisfaction of the populations regarding the costs of energy, problems of inflation. And we also know that the African continent features a lot of challenges, still people without electricity at home, right? And we have Europe offering energy at a high cost, and the African continent lacking of points on the grid, and willingful to have investments for energy to arrive to populations. You, as a member of Club of Madrid, with very well related to all the leadership in Africa, what's your point of view about Europe versus African continent in what regards energy provision?
good relationship between Africa and Europe. And I do that because it's the interest of my country. We are on the corridor. We are the door to this exchange and to this development of relationship. And about the energy, Africa is an opportunity for Europe, and Europe is an opportunity for Africa. First, we know that the question of the energy in Europe today is crucial, and mainly after the war of Ukraine. And you see what is happening in Germany today. It's a real crisis which is linked. One of the cause, of the root cause of this crisis is the availability of a good cost of energy, because they stopped the delivery and the supply from Russia. They replaced it by importing gas from United States and from everywhere, with the doubling or tripling the prices. It's not the only cause, because the economy of Germany is depending, are under the pressure of three different factors. The one is the availability of a good cost of energy. The second, they are focusing in the exportation to the Chinese market, and we know the situation now there. And as well, the inflation that all the European countries and all the world were living this last year. So I think there is opportunity. We can produce. First, we are speaking about energy transition. In Africa, it's not a transition. It's better than a transition, because we have everything to build. We have 600 million people without access to electricity. So let's build a clean, a green, renewable energy. And we have, it's a sunny and windy continent. We have all the resources. We have the resources to make to make lighter and brighter the African continent, but as well to export. And there is a lot of projects now between between Europe, mainly with Germany, France, and some African countries, and the North African countries like Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, to imagine producing hydrogen then and to export it through pipes to Europe. And I think as well, Europe is an opportunity for us if we are connected to this grid. Another project, big project, is to produce electricity and to have a cable and a water cable to connect. So I think the biggest potential of development and of this transition or the evolution in the world is between Europe and Africa. That's why I'm telling you that you answered the question. You gave the answer through your question, because you link it to that. And I do believe in that. And really, it's an opportunity for Europe, but it's as well an opportunity for Africa. But not in this kind of relationship that what they call in Europe the neighborhood and the aid. No, we are not speaking about aid. We don't need no more help or aid. We need a strategic collaboration for the future, for a better future, for both continents, for the different countries. And here, the energy transition is one of the best fields that we can make it concrete and profitable for each party.
Please tell me about the biggest challenges in terms of social infrastructure both countries, Tunisia and Ecuador, they have to face in the next years to advance and development, including people, bring in more wealth, and good quality of life for the population. We, public servants, in my case, I am in charge of the Secretariat of International Affairs. I am a public servant now, and our greatest challenge is to develop our state and to make people to be well, so well-being, social well-being. For your final remarks, please, Mrs. Arteaga. Thank you, Rosiane. And I wouldn't say, not only for my country, not only for America, Asia, Europe. We're talking about a globalized world, and what do we do here? So let's think about the butterfly effect. Will affect everyone. So we need to talk about energy, sustainable energy. Sustainable is the key word. No other way. Now I would like to talk to the youngsters. To the youngsters that can hear us, here in or remotely. The challenge is in your hands. We are kind of leaving the stage, you know, former ministers, former presidents, but you guys are the future. So please, you must be concerned in finding a feasible alternative for energy production. Energy is of paramount for everyone. With energy, without energy, we can produce oil. So if we don't, now I will add the word, if we don't have clean energy, we'll keep aggravating things. We need the regulatory frameworks. We are going towards COP30 countries. Politically, they're not offering solutions. They're not agreeing. At least they cannot have a final report together, you know, and they're not accomplishing, they're not fulfilling the gaps or filling the gaps. And we are seeing the demonstrations. I remember the last book I've read, Ministry of the Future, so showing the final boundaries of sustainability for the planet. Or if the governments, they cannot offer solutions globally, we need to think about local solutions. Local solutions are of paramount. I've worked a lot with those concepts, with this neologism that is you putting together global, we understand the concept, right? With the respect to individuality, respecting traditions, culture, that is more local, right? So if we take a look from local to global, we may find solutions. And in what regards energy supply, but challenge of supply and energy, it extends to the private sector. We need the regulatory frameworks, political frameworks, policies allowing private sector to be part of the solution, working with alternative energies, and we could find a solution for that. So the main challenge is with you guys, the new generation, youngsters. You must be smarter than us, right? To bring solutions that are really, really smarter about clean, accessible energy, making private and public to be together, establishing this diversity of energy that is only one concept that will work. Thank you. Now for your final remarks, please, and what are the greatest challenges, in your opinion, we'll be facing next year in your country, not only in your country, not only infrastructure, what regards infrastructure, but also social issues, educational issues, which are the greatest challenge of Tunis next years?
All the conflicts, when you have a conflict in Ukraine, you have the impact in inflation in Tunisia. But speaking about Tunisia, I think one remark, the biggest one is we have a good level of education. It's an open country. It has a good geographic position. So we have many ingredients to hope a better future and a nice future for the country. But the main thing is how to bring the growth, to allow all of this following the evolution of the country and the need of the country to be updated on the technologies, on the industrial fabric, and to answer all the social challenges that we are facing today. The first remark is we are speaking about energy. We cannot imagine any growth without energy. We cannot imagine any development without energy. So it's mandatory to speak about that, to think about that, and to be at the focal thought and the focal study or vision for the country. And what we know with the situation in the world, with the future, with the climate turbulences that we have today and the climate constraints, and we have a responsibility as any contributor in that to focus on the green energy, to focus on this renewable energy. But in the meantime, that's the most and the best opportunity in Tunisia to develop energy, to develop our independence energy, to supply and to create activity. Again, I want to focus on this idea because what I was listening this morning to this idea of the cost now, it's one of the best opportunities that we have to create investment opportunity, economic activity, to generate growth, to generate GDP, and to have an impact on the social. Like what I was saying, listen, when you have a small area disconnected from the network, what is the best answer? Is the renewable energy, is to bring them. You cannot imagine any development, social, economic, or any other development without energy. And the easiest way in such country like Tunisia, which is sunny and windy, is to install renewable energy, to create activity there. Even the farmers, they need energy to develop their activity. And they can be, in the meantime, producer of energy. And there is many experience in Africa and even in Tunisia showing that the energy could be as well a very good tool for the social development. And it should be. We are speaking about sustainability and with regard to the climate protection and prevention, but it's as well sustainability since it's inclusive, socially inclusive. And all the policies today, we know that we have, it's not only financial aspect, it's not only the threats that we have to face, but as well we know in this world, in our country, in this open society with the social media, with everything which is shared in the few seconds, we have to ensure this progress with inclusivity, with the social aspect with inclusivity. So the conclusion today, really, I am optimistic about that. I'm participating in many areas in the world, and we are aware today that we have to make this transition, to succeed this transition, and I think that for Tunisia, it's one of the best opportunities for the future. It's a leverage, it's a way, but it's as well a target and an opportunity. And I think it's not only in Tunisia. If I want to be a voice of Africa, in Africa, one of the major development access orientation should be the question of electricity, of energy, as an activity itself, as a comfort, as a social progress for the people, but as well as a lift for the whole economy and for all the people, for the whole progress of the continent.
So I think we are very sorry Professor Turk could not be with us, could not share this moment with us to talk about the Slovenian experience. I'd like to thank Mrs. Arteaga, Mr. Jamar, Mr. Jomar. So please be very welcome in our city. It's a touristic city, very warm city. People are very communicative. And I hope you have a great experience in Fortaleza and you can come back, not only for a forum on energy transition, but also to rest, to enjoy. And let's get along together.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. It's really lovely people. I have been in Brazil last year, and this year at the same period I'm in Fortaleza, and I appreciate the city and the smile of the people here.
Vamos fazer uma fotografia.
Yes, we're back. All right, good afternoon. We shall now start this panel. The goal here, this panel, is to do with private sector and the importance of the corporate sector with energetic transformation. I showed you a brief presentation here. My name is Armando Abreu. It's a great pleasure to be here today as a moderator of this panel with respect to the role of corporate world in the production of energy transition. I'm an engineer, electrician engineer, graduated in Coimbra, where I was a professor for 15 years. I'm currently the president of Palco Brazil, a company that's been doing important initiatives in the field of renewable energy, especially wind, solar, and hydrogen. During my career, I worked to strengthen the Brazil-Portugal relationships. My accent explains here where I'm come from. I'm the founder of the Brazil Association of Wind Energy of the Brazil-Portugal Chamber of Commerce and the Federation of Brazil-Portugal Chambers, and I was responsible for them for 5 years. My experience of more than 3 decades in the renewable sector allows me to bring a comprehensive perspective about the goals and opportunities that we have for the transition of my sustainable matrix. I hope this debate is a rich opportunity for us to share ideas and insights as in how the private sector can be a catalyst for innovation and the funding of clean technologies. I'd like to thank you for all. I'm really hoping to have the contributions of yourselves to contextualize our debate about the role of the private world in the transition. It is key that we consider the current geopolitical scenario in the world. The geopolitical composition of the safety is driving the transition towards clean energy, with countries competing for innovation and investments. However, the demand for critical minerals and the limited offer can make this difficult. The collaboration through different institutions will be key to guarantee that transition is a global collective effort. This run to lead the transition has seen investments in infrastructure, especially by the US, EU, and China. The US, through the Inflation Reduction Act, are driving 360 billion for the clean energy, focusing on the expansion of producing renewable energy and electrical vehicles. The EU, with its 50 for 55 initiative, part of the Green Deal, aims at reaching climate neutrality to 2050 with key investments in hydrogen, offshore wind power, and modernization of the network and grids. China is the greatest producer in the world of solar panel and making the most of its leads in the clean energy supply to consolidate its global leadership. In this context, the private organizations develop a key role, extremely important once they can lead investments in clean technologies, fostering innovation and guarantee the commitments with sustainability. Companies have the capacity to drive this through investments in research, implementing cleaning and more efficient technology. Also, they can adopt sustainable practices such as the reduction of energy consumption and the incorporation of renewable energy in their operations. It's a great pleasure to be here with 4 colleagues, with 4 important people that I will introduce to you, and we'll be able to I wanted to highlight here Alexandre Americano, CEO of Mercurio Energy and also the presence of David Hadolio, Director of Institutional Relations of Solaria. I also want to highlight the presence of Leonardo Moraes, Vice President of Vestas, and I also want to register Nunes, today President of NL Distribution in Ceará. And thank you very much to all of you for being here with us today. And I would now like to ask each one of you to introduce yourselves, please. We shall start. Alexandre, please, if you can briefly introduce yourself, who you are and what you're playing. Thank you very much, Armando, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to all the organizers. My name is Alexandre Americano. I'm founder of Mercurio Partners. We work in various different segments of the energy sector, commercialization, generation, gas, energy. And I had the good fortune to start working here in Ceará in 2008 on the construction of the Pecém thermal plant, and come back now in 2023 with the goal to do the transition, energy transition. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I shall now pass to my colleague, Leonardo, okay? Shall I go to my presentation? No? Thank you very much, Armando, for the excellent contextualization. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very briefly, my name is Leonardo Euler. I'm the Vice President of Vestas for Latam for about 3 years. Before that, I worked in telecommunication as the President of Anatel. It's a great satisfaction to be here. Vestas is a producer of average generators from Denmark, which is the cradle of this technology. We produce and we do maintenance of wind farms. And here in Latin America, we are in 21 countries. Brazil is a very important player. And in the world, we are in more than 88 countries, with a capacity deployed of 180 gigas. But the best way to introduce Vestas is to say that Vestas in 2022 was elected the most sustainable company in the world, according to Copernic, that assessed companies of over $1 billion. In 23-4, we were second, but the first in the energy sector. Thank you very much. It will be a pleasure to share our ideas here. Thank you. I now pass the floor to you, Nunes, to introduce yourself briefly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Armando, for the kind words. Thank you, Quer, for the invitation to be here with you all. Congratulations for the event. My name is Nunes, and I am originally from Coelce and the Federal University of Ceará. I see some colleagues from the university. It makes me very proud. Coelce used to be the company, the state-owned company that originated to Enel. It was in descendant Enel, and I did different roles. I was the director of operation at Coelce. I am an engineer, electrician. I also did institutional roles. Then I went to Goiás. I was the president for Enel Goiás. I'm currently president of Enel Ceará, in a phase that we are now retaking our work here. I'm very proud to be here. Before I pass it over to David for his initial remarks, I will comment on something, with your permission, that a lot of people forget about. I've known him since Coelce Nunes, and I believe that some people who are responsible for us to all be here today One of them is here, is Jurandir Picanso, Paulo Craveiro, Antinos Carvalho, York Dicton and out, because a lot of people forget that in '96, when I first arrived here, Coros were preparing the first auction of alternative energies, where we have the Taiba and the Praia wind farms. Now it's common to speak about renewable wind, solar energies, and not only in hydrogen, but in the renewable energies. The state of Ceará was a trailblazer, and it was exactly for this. And here I want to pay my tributes to people who brought this event to Ceará. For this event, I can tell you what's going to be done in Rio de Janeiro, but I believe the ideal place for it to happen is here, because truly, Ceará is the cradle and the court of renewable energies in Brazil, undoubtedly. David, please. Very well said and deserved. You all hear me? Yes? Okay. Thank you very much for the kind words. Great acknowledgement. And my name is David Merchon, Director of Solaria Institutional Relations, the first photovoltaic solar energy company in EU. We are working in 7 countries: Uruguay, Greece, Portugal, Italy, Germany, and Spain. And I will speak to you how the companies like Solaria are protagonists of energy transition. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I shall now pass the floor to ask a question to each one of you gentlemen here. Alexandre, I'll start with you, please. Mercury engineer part of investing significantly in infrastructure. What are the main projects of energy transition that your company has been leading currently, and how can these projects contribute towards the promotion of renewable energies in Brazil? Thank you, Ahmed. When we came to Ceará, why do you invest thermal company plants on the ones on coal, and the contract will finish in 3 years? It is actually energy transition. I recall a film when I was a child. There was a valley where the leprosy people would be sent to. Why? You have to reinsert them in society. But nowadays, speaking about coal, is something difficult to understand, where you work and the systemic need for a plant which was built in 2008 initially. So our thesis was that we could promote through this asset its conversion, its transition to an asset that will be similar due to the systemic needs. So it can have flexibility, it can be dispatchable, it can have an energy cost that is adequate and good for the final consumer. And in the state of Ceará, due to a geographic matter and based on past decisions, we create here a very favorable cluster from multi sources. We have here, as you have said, in Ceará, and the pioneers in the development of the renewable park, namely wind and solar. Within our thermal, we have the first plants of green hydrogen that's operational in Brazil within our plants, and a whole port infrastructure that's ready not only for the continuity of a generation and natural gas to the transition, but also another stream that we understand that there is not a discussion of either this or the other source. They can be complementary, because I see this complementarity in this table here. Solar, wind,
coal, thermal, solar, biomethanol. We have the first plant of a thermal biomethane contracted here in Brazil in the regulated market in São Paulo. I don't know if my presentation is there. I could show you the photo. If we could please have the photograph here. Unfortunately, it's not shown. If you want to carry on with the presentation. If I could have it in the panel, please. So this thermal now was hired in 2021, and we built it in 8 months. It's a thermal where I use biogas from the Paulínia landfills, and it's a proof, an evidence, conceptual one, that's a good structured project where you do the replacement of natural gas by renewable natural gas is feasible due to the systemic needs. Brazil went through a hydro crisis, and was the needs of an emergency auction. It was the first thermal to be operational within that auction. The auction was in October. We started operation in June 22, and it's 100% of the time dispatched with 25 megawatts of capacity. We saw that the percent cluster can embrace new opportunities. The first one is the conversion to thermal. The Brazilian government has in its agenda structured the capacity auction, which is absolutely relevant for the Brazilian electrical system. Since 21, we haven't had capacity auction, and the cluster per se, not only it counts on thermal plants with this potential of conversion, the energy per se, and the percent too, but there are other contracted ones that can return to operating with natural gas, which is the transitional fuel. And also we have invested a lot, a little bit about our history for commercialization of gas, of energy, commercializing carbon credits. I'm going to go for the specifics now. This was a very interesting case. I'm speaking about our experiences as an entrepreneur, where we structured the first carbon neutral thermal plants in Brazil. It's located in Bahia. It's the gas wire concept, and we introduced it to the ministry, a plan of offsetting greenhouse gas with reforestation, carbon credits, and energy efficiency vectors, where we, in a very simple fashion, balance the performance with from biomass to natural gas. This was the concept for us to try to offset the emissions. We acquired all the necessary carbon credits that were necessary. This is actually followed up by the national agency through its follow-up. And this thermal went into operation in 2023. Paulínia, a little bit of photo of our plant. This is the gas treatment system. This is the percent case. Beyond the 720 megawatts, we have a solar of 3 megawatts and the hydro plant. And we just licensed now a project, an additional one of 1.3 gigawatts to do flexible generation using natural gas and using the Porto per se infrastructure. So additional 1.3. Well, actually we have an option either during the conversion of the current machinery. The contract will finish in 27, so there is a technological route where you do the conversion basically from coal to natural gas, a lot of balance, and depending on the auction format. So the auction will bring technical requirements, and you need to choose your technology to meet the level of flexibility. required. So you could do a choice of going to open cycle turbines, which are more flexible. So this project was licensed this year. We are now have everything ready to take part in the auction. And another line that we've seen a lot when we started this case, we saw that in the States they have more than 100 plants, more than 15 gigawatts that were converted from coal to natural gas. But there are other routes where we see the conversion go to biomass. There is a case, which is the Drax complex in the UK, where you have now one of the greatest coal plants that was completed transferred to biomass. So we started exploring this potentially per se. One of the main issue that we have now is the coconut pills, and together with the university we started having a possibility of transforming it in pellets and starting experiments within the boiler, where we do a blend, do a reducing of the coal and increase the pellets. And this has been done in different types of boilers in the world to do this kind of works. We are already working with the university doing some tests. The tests are very favorable, and then you have a transition that's key for creating a new economy, which is the economy of work in the coconut pills, of processing it, and then you create a market where you can do this coal burn with a new fuel within our boilers. We also understand that the state of Ceará is a natural hub for the future, for the demands of data center, low latency, abundant renewable. So the problem when you look at this model of coal burning, when you have a model of energy price, offer and demand, we have 3, 4, 5 hours a day during the morning where the price of energy should be negative. So in theory, you could use this new model not only to produce green hydrogen, but for the accumulation in batteries and eventually to create some type of operational backup for data centers. So I tried to summarize a little bit within the time that I was granted, but this is pretty much what we do, where we use the existing current infrastructure to develop a cluster of firm generation looking at the future with a renewable footprint that we believe it is easier rather than starting from the scratch. Thank you very much, Alexandre, and congratulations. Thank you very much, and my congratulations. So I've been following up closely, and we're speaking a lot about your efforts. I'm going to carry on now with your left to pass the ball to Leonardo. VES has expanded wind energy in Latin America, is top #1 producers in the world. The question is, what are the strategies that Vestas is been using to overcome the infrastructure challenges in the region? How can these strategies can produce energy transition, please?
Thank you for the question. So, although we're having difficult years, or promising years, better say, in terms of new wind farms, it's highlighted, it's noticed that we are experiencing an unprecedented crisis. Unprecedented crisis because of demand due to asynchronicities, intra and intra sources. However, Vestas is trying to characterize and highlight the importance of its footprint in the city of municipality of Aquiraz, where we have our premises, and some manufacturers, they are hibernating or finishing their manufacturing process. Vestas did otherwise, announced location of another platform, V163, awarded internationally, generating energy production of more than 10% comparing to V150 turbine. The turbine that better adapted to the Brazilian winds. But Also, we've had a good conversation with the government for us to the different sources of funding of the development banks, so BNDES, one of the state-run banks, through their funds that can repercute in terms of added value, local added value. 80% of a turbine of ours has 80% of local providers. We have from galvanized screwers or components like towers and blades, generators, transportation features. So it's a reflex of an industry that made to make a living in Brazil in a short period of time and showing itself competitive. In our opinion, Vestas cannot present of be a protagonist in energy transition, but not only as a carrier of elements, but also Brazil as a whole, as a country, has the capacity of being an exporter. We've been talking to the government about this crisis, but we are having a good recovery. Investors keeps believing in that and believe in new frontiers of demand. So some very well mentioned by Alexandre, data centers, for example. I came from this sector. A simple survey in ChatGPT, it consumes 10 times more energy. Generation of an image of artificial intelligence consumes the energy of an iPhone full charge. And we have countries like Spain and other countries suffering from this. And we have in Brazil, here in Ceará, we have a great hub of submarine cables. We have a very interconnected system. We have a natural exuberant resource available. But Brazil cannot be in a comfort zone, and we cannot believe that those advantages are necessarily competitive. Those are good features, but not necessarily competitive. Something that we see with good eyes. I see CARE protagonizing this discussion in Brazil, how new energy vectors like green hydrogen and its derivatives, byproducts, can contribute with direct added value. Agribusiness, for example, that represents 30% of the Brazilian GDP. We're talking about a giant economic sector that is Brazil is an important of ammonia and other fertilizers. We have all elements that can unleash Brazil, and as Alexandre said, as we achieve to have a good policy in terms of offline processing and applications that does not require latency, sensitiveness to the delay. We can bring and export data to the world. We need to know the levels of those data centers. We need to know about the best models and the best incentives for us to unleash green hydrogen industry and its byproducts. It doesn't make sense that Brazil should tax an industry that is not even born. Investors believe that today Brazil, however, although the electric matrix in Brazil has been diversified, it keeps exposed to risks of interests in terms of funding. Other risks are being assessed. We have a phenomenon that is well known as the duck curve. It's been verified in California and Australia, and in this sense we have a disalignment between offer and demand in several times in Brazil. We understand that wind power, however intermittent, it's more uniform, and as it is more flat, we have our modulators, and this certainly will reflect on the business case, and all the sources are necessary, complementary, as Mr. Alexandre said. But considering the complementarity of the wind power and the solar power, because wind power generates even more during the night, considering also complementarity, wind with hydroelectric, because the most winds come in the periods of drought. I think Brazil is well positioned to recover this industry despite all the challenges we verified. Thank you, Leonardo. I agree 100% with you. And I would like to call your attention. So you've mentioned about this offer and demand unleveling. And we all know how difficult it is. The wind generators and solar generators are passing through, especially in the northeastern region of Brazil, the states of Rio Grande do Norte and Ceará. I think with all the technology available, you've presented a very complete technical study that allows, so if I'm mistaken, please, so an increase of 1.5 to 2 giga in terms of generation flow. It's a value that I think it would not address the curtailment, but it would alleviate. I would call your attention because this problem may not be linked to the panel, but it's a real problem, very severe. And the federal government and the state government and other institutions, they must look for addressing this. What I will state now, it can be very difficult to hear, but we can see the death of the investors in solar, wind, and with the hydrogen, the same thing. The hydrogen investments, we have a domino effect. So what interests me, for example, having a great hydrogen industry that is not generating, if this generation could not be fostered, and who's going to pay for that? And not speaking about the capacity of payment. I know this is not the right place, but it's a call for action. It's a heads up. I think federal government and state governments and all the institutions, they must see this very carefully, because while Brazil is presenting plans at the national level and advantages, you know, talking about energy transition and climate changes, we have a very severe problem, and it must be addressed quickly. I would like to take the advantage, Nunes, in more than 40 years of experience in the energy sector, how is the distribution in Ceará with Enel is integrating sustainable practices in its operations, and which are the best results you've been reached in terms of sustainability and energy efficiency? Well, Mr. Armando, allow me to get back to the theme, like as Enel, and then I'll pass to talk to the distribution. Grupo Enel, as all other groups of renewable generation in the northeastern region, is suffering from curtailment. And really, as you said, it's very impactful when we look to the results. It's disastrous. And what we acknowledge in a general fashion is that we are not so close as we should be in terms of mobilization to advance regarding this theme. So, and with 44 years of electric sector, I would like to make an analogy with the hydroelectric sector. In the past, it was common to have moments in which the plants, they were leaking and you would lose energy. They would be full and we would lose power. So, and it was not an unidirectional, it was a unidirectional. You had generation, transmission, and distribution. It was very simple, but that example may be useful to give us some inspiration to seek for a solution. So what we did in the past, well, we had EGTD, so guaranteed energy for a certain period of time. Maybe only those with gray hair will remember this. And that moment, dams were full and leaking water. you could have a complementarity on the demand contracts on a very low cost, giving stimuli to companies that can be able to stock products to produce more, and it would mitigate the theme of the water that was being leaked, not generating power. My perception today is that we know much more generation than the consumption. We know much more about generation and consumption, and maybe in this moment to find a solution we need to go deeper in the assessment and the studies regarding consumption and products. As a nano representative, I am available to discuss, and I agree with you, and maybe we can start a group to face this issue, trying to find a solution through alliances with the state government and with all the governments. The state government is very well committed with energy. Green hydrogen will help, but not in the short term. We need something to address problems in the short term, and we've suffered a lot from this year, and next year I think it will be just the same. Now getting back to distribution, as a distributor of energy, we have a characteristic as a distributor for you to understand better. We have 4.3 million customers and 1.5 million low-income customers. They have some subsidies in their tariffs. And normally when we do this, and knowing about the consumption, and you have the lowest efficiency when you don't know your customers, because the domestic devices are not efficient. They are old. In this range of consumption, the biggest consumption is about the fridge. So when you think about the middle class, is about air conditioning. But the fridges of those clients I've mentioned, sometimes they are responsible for the 70% of the whole consumption of one household. And we've been studying, we've created a program for the specific community that receives subsidies on their tariffs, and we've changed more than 130,000 fridges with a pro-sale label, that is a label for energy efficiency, and manufactured here in the state of Ceará. We work a lot on 4 SDGs, 4, 7, and 8. The number 4 is inclusive education, and in this educational theme, and you are a company, an energy distributor, and you're not inserted in the educational theme. Maybe it's one of our most important values when we compare ourselves, at least internally. We see how much we advanced. So coincidentally, yesterday, we are having an electric efficiency Olympics for high school students. And yesterday we've had the final result, and a student of Maracanaú, a neighbor municipality here, he's been the second place. He took a flight for the first time in his life. Those are very symbolic things that give us a great results that we don't expect in our universe as distributors. So we work a lot with this theme of education, energy efficiency. In the beginning, we use it to work on that. Public lighting, we work not so much today, but we work with the greatest public hospitals in the state. we had projects for energy efficiency inside, focusing on efficiency. And last but not least, talking about efficiency and education, etc. Income generation, we have a great program supported by Sebrae. We have annually a competition and we have these projects of women of the outskirts of the cities that face difficult economic reality. And a little bit of the context in which we act as distributors in those three SDGs, 4, 7, and 8. But we are aware, when you look at the ratio, clients and customers with social subsidies, we see a responsibility, an extra responsibility of acting together with this segment. That was it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nunes. I would like to pose your questions. We know that how your companies collaborate with the public sector to implement solar plants in large scale, and which are the greatest challenge you face in this collaboration. Thank you very much. I would like to think about the coincidental, how the problems are coincidental regarding Spain, to marry the offer with the demand. That's a problem that we face a lot. And we don't have electrical demands, and we have the need to make this energy to be hybrid. Solar, photovoltaic, etc., because sustainability of its supply, so it's interesting to see that we share common problems on both sides of the Atlantic. But I would like to highlight something, that energy transition involves three pillars: politics, public administration, and companies. So the companies need to build solar plants and the wind farms, and those big projects are based on energy. In the European Union, we had a project based on the Roma Treaty and the Euratom as well. It was of nuclear energy, so economic, industrial, so the wind power and the photovoltaic will be the grounds of a new economic model in terms of international relationships based on three elements. So climate changes, energy sovereignty. Each country must be autonomous, not dependent on foreign countries to buy the contaminants and oil, etc., and to have a cheap kilowatt. If we have electric vehicles, if we have Internet of Things in houses, we'll need to have a competitive electricity and cheap for the families and for the citizens and for the companies. And before to answer the question, how do we collaborate with the public sector, we have some photovoltaic data. 15 years ago, the Solaria, we would have 6 billion euros to build a solar infrastructure. It's in 2024, so one solar megawatt costs half than 500,000 euros. So it's impressive. The second data, the percentage of conversion of the solar radiation is of 23%. 10 years ago it was 15%, and now we have solar panels that arrives to 28%. So we are evolving very quickly in terms of technology, in terms of efficiency of the photovoltaic panels. In each panel, we've had 250 watts only in one panel, but today the least competitive one features 500 watts. So it's a technology that improves a lot and very quickly. A final element in terms of photovoltaic energy is that each park, each plant can last 30 years. So we need only maintenance, and it will last for 3 decades. A construction of 100 megawatts per plant we can build it in 1 year, so build it very quickly with competitive prices, and it will last 30 years. No technology of energy generation in the world now can offer those features, either economic, either technical. So it's a very reasonable proposition in terms of photovoltaic, wind power, and also the batteries for store the electricity produced by those two technologies. And how do we collaborate with the public sector? I'll give an example. Somehow the public administrations in Spain and Solaria, so we are replacing a nuclear power plant that generated 446 megawatts of power, replacing for a solar plant of 700 megawatts, hybridized with 100 megawatts of aeolic wind farm power. So 45-year nuclear plant, end of this designed life, replaced by solar and wind power combined. 446 megawatts of nuclear, they will be replaced by 700 megawatts of solar and 200 megawatts of wind power. So with this example, I'm telling you that the process of replacement of different technologies, nuclear, uranium dependent, oil dependent on countries, and gas, it's easy, but we are lacking of political will. That's where, so public sector and private sector, they need to talk. We're facing two big challenges. The first one is the licensing, permitting. And sometimes regulation is, red tape is very, very complicated. Permits with municipalities, states, and federal governments, we cannot regulate. So we cannot have 5 years of red tape for a plant like that. And for that, we need to have a great availability, politically speaking. I'm not telling that environmental demands are not important, but we need to accelerate the licensing of our plants. And the second challenge is the social license. Social license, so we need to make companies aware in terms of social environment and social and environment awareness. When we arrive to the communities, we need to talk a lot. So photovoltaic and wind power, they do not contaminate, but they occupy spaces, and we need to have agreements with the inhabitants of the traditional communities, cattle raisers, the farmers, and we have social parties and social movements that are opposing to renewable energy. And with all the rationale that has to do with the lack of dialogue from some companies or from some public administration having creating some resistance. We need to avoid this. We need to foster the dialogue between public and private sector and to avoid resistance. And we need to enact enable those technologies to replace gas, nuclear, and oil, make the kilowatt cheaper for the families, and give energy sovereignty and fight against for the climate changes. So 171 years, the United States, former President Eisenhower talked about atoms for peace. Talking about nuclear energy would be the plant to produce good energy and cheap energy, but I think 71 years later, we need to have a new compact. So electrons for peace. Electrons, so the electricity can make the grounds for a new social model that is sustainable and cheap and environmental friendly, fostering the whole society. Davi, taking advantage of what you said, I'll make a question to you for. Davi, how can you see Solaria within 30 years in this environment so so messy environment of wars and energy efficiency. You see Solaria in 30 years. And well, how I see it and how I would like to see it, well, now we have projects of 18 megawatts. In 2050 is the final horizon. We could be a perfect company fostering 30 gigawatts of wind, solar, with stored in batteries. 30 kilowatts, no one features, no place in the world. So Solaris would be someone with the capacity to 40, 50 kilowatts in any point of the world. I think renewable energy companies would be the key for the future for development models in all the countries. And what about your experience? How can you see Enel in 30 years? Well, I've been surprised a lot. We've talked about curtailment, right? And I've been surprised with this solar distributed. It's incredible how efficiency of the panels are providing multiple usages in a very quick fashion. So if I speak, at a glance, I would see Enel distributed. I have great difficulty to see big plants, concentration of plants within 30 years. I think it's something that we must reflect upon. Yeah, indeed. For an engineer with 44 years of experience, please. Note that, Alexandre, you are an energy man. How do you see Mercurio in 30 years? I don't know about Mercurio. So the whole group, I expect to be on a beach, probably here. In 30 years, I hope to be retired. But in 1996, 30 years ago, we've had a scenario, so Brazil hadn't won the Penta Championship of soccer, and Atlanta Olympics didn't happen, but I see a huge capacity of having the own generation, so independent, and it will bring some social justice, as you mentioned, so that is very real. So it will become every day cheaper, possible, to have your own microgrid, stock, share, and from the customer part, so the customer understand this better. So I'm quite certain that in 30 years, in the same way we follow up our personal expenses and we do wire transfer, so we will know exactly how much an energy picks, energy wire transfers. That's a good idea. I like this idea. I think 30 years, it's a long time. I prefer to think about the next 30 days since we're in Brazil. Leonardo, the challenge is huge. In 30 years, Nunes, think about distributed generation. So what Vestas will do, adapt small turbines, small blades. Well, certainly I have not the same authority Nunes have, and I don't have, and I'm not a clairvoyant. But what I'm trying to say here is what I understand, looking from a long-term perspective, is that energy is progressively considered a critical factor for the localization of new industrial plants. So And well, and so cheap and easy energy is of paramount. When we speak about power shoring and electrification, we see a very optimistic vision because we will need a lot of scale for energy production. So decarbonization is not necessarily in the household consumption. Carbonization in the intensive energy. Only 20% is electric energy. Well, so within 30 years, we need to think now for the next 30 years because the distributed generation in Brazil will be the liberty certificate of freedom for those who are slaves of the captive market. So when we make things free, you make the users free to find their sources. I think we need this microeconomic sector of the electric sector would be the main one after the tax reform. I hope we are able to do this soon to reap in 30 years what we saw now. So we've ended this panel. I would like to thank Davi, Nunes, Leonardo, Alexandre, and very interesting theme, for us to keep thinking, especially with the experience of all those fellows here. Time is over, so thank you very much to you, and you online, thank you very much indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please come back?
which is a very important asset in our energy balance. But we have discovered that the problems of movement towards import of electricity and reliance on carbon-free as sources of energy is not only about energy, it's about much more. We have seen that in the area where the current coal plant exists, the problems of economic and social transformation which is needed, are much larger than initially expected. People have legitimate concerns about the technical arrangements that will be necessary, about the financial arrangements that will follow, and about the social effects of the circumstances which will be following the closure of the power plant, the closure of coal mine, and very many other related production and services economies. So it is not easy to manage that process, and although the basic idea is fairly clear and financial resources for its achievement are obtainable, the problem of management of transition, the problem of managing both economic and in particular social consequences affecting people who were vitally dependent on the coal-based production of electricity are becoming a central issue of our transition at the time. So we understand the depth of these problems which are characterizing many other countries, many other situations around the world. And we are fully in favor of search for ideas of what kind of managerial and financial mechanisms have to be developed in order to ensure that the transition works and the transition doesn't create unnecessary harm. Obviously, one talks about tax benefits and subsidies. One can talk about public-private partnership to share risks and rewards. One can talk about financial instruments like green bonds or carbon credits and others. But all that is not going to be enough. In addition to that, it is important to have a very well thought through social policy that will take care of the needs of all the people who are affected by the transition. Now, this is a reason why I am so encouraged by the fact that the government of Ceará in Brazil is taking such a lively interest in energy transition and obviously also showing readiness to participate in designing the necessary policies for the future. I wish your conference, our conference, all success, and once again, greetings from Ljubljana, Slovenia.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. La verdad que qué suerte haber contado con Danilo Turk. Agora eu teño o honor e o gusto de presentar a quizás a charla más importante del día de hoy, que va a ser presentada por Dixon Araujo, que es secretario de Estado del Gobierno de Ceará, que vamos a tener la suerte y el orgullo de contar con el señor Ángel Gurría. Muy bienvenido, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the organizers for the invitation, to the Secretary of Infrastructure here, Dr. Leitão, our Secretary, and I'd like to thank the invitation to be here debating such an important topic for us today. And I prepared here a text to introduce the idea of our panel, the star of our panel, ex-secretary, former secretary of OCDE, Axel Guerrier. So I shall do a brief introduction for us to treat with the energy transition. And I will speak a little bit about what Wsoet has done. So the topic about policies and energy transition is the pillars for the success of this world movement. Without good planning, good policies, fair ones to change the keys, the road for reaching these targets will be seriously committed. Ansel Gurria, the Secretary General for the Cooperation of Economic Development for 3 terms, and we don't need any more introductions. Those of you who follow up the topic know Mr. Gurria really well. OCDE has discussed this topic very strongly and the regional policies for the reach of this goal. So to contextualize this panel, I'd like to mention some actions that the state of Ceará have deployed as visionaries to promote not only energy transition,
but an energy transition that can be fair and inclusive. That's what we seek for, not forgetting about the citizens and the consumers. So the state of Ceará is proud of being the pioneer in the energy transition. During the last 40 years, the policies implemented by the state government of Ceará and all the initiatives of the pioneers, they demonstrate the strength and the vision of our people. And to mention the father of biodiesel, Mr. Expedito Parente, chemical engineer that registered the first patent in the world for an industrial scale of biodiesel in the year of 1983. Technology recognized worldwide had its production in Brazil in scale in 2004 by Petrobras. So you see how Ceará is pioneer talking about the biodiesel. Another demonstration of this pioneer nature comes from Segás, a state-run company for gas in Ceará. In 2018, this concessionaire become the first distributor of gas in Brazil to acquire and to inject in its pipelines the biomethane produced in the landfill of Calcaia. So we have 15% of renewable natural gas with the intention to increase to 20%. We're trying to increase this percentage. That is a challenge worldwide, so we do not see it a lot in a gas distribution. And the next step is to introduce green hydrogen. We are discussing so far when the green hydrogen is produced, Segás will try to do this as well. Talking about new fuels, I was talking in the backstage about the winds. Ceará is also a pioneer with wind power as a source of energy generation. The first plant in Brazil has been built in 1997 in the Mucuripe Beach, only for wind generation of 300 kilowatts of power. And then we've had others with the federal incentive. From that time on, Ceará became one of the greatest states of wind power production in the country until today. And so being pioneers of solar, we are one of the pioneers in photovoltaic. So Brazil is the country that receives the more solar radiation and with the greatest availability in the northeastern part of Brazil. So, and those who are from the field, this statement is almost a cliche, but the best capture of Germany, it's 40% lower than the worst one in Brazil. And so in Ceará has been implemented in Tauá, the first plant, goat's land. So, and we are the fourth biggest producer in Brazil of photovoltaic energy. So initiatives with energy transition shows itself with public policies led by state government, secretariat, so SDE, so for the Secretariat for Agrarian Development and others. And to highlight public policies, we have the incentive fund, FEES, in 2009, when people did not mention photovoltaic energy. One more pioneering initiative to demonstrate how plants destined to be solar plants could be feasible. And in 2016, we've had another fund for incentive, having as a goal the incentive for the funding and development for micro and mini generation, distributed generation based on renewable sources, a policy from the state government of Ceará. Within those projects managed by CEINFRA, our secretariat, we have initiatives like the implementation of photovoltaic systems in dozens of public schools in the whole state territory, parking lots in the inter-check-in points of our food distributor, and also we are putting the energy generation in our public facilities, including this very facility here. So we take care of maintenance of these event center. In terms of legislation in 2019, the state government, through a decree, attributed to the infrastructure secretariat to manage all the activities of the facilities of the state of Ceará, making them self-sufficient till 2029. It's a target of our government that all public bodies only consume renewable energy by 2029. So the Secretariat has been developing, among others, two main projects to achieve those goals. One is the migration for the energy market, and the other one is the reindeer of the sun, the income of the sun, from the sun. So we have the premise, the assumption to buy only clean energy from the greatest consumers of energy in the state, and saving 4 million reais per year of the public treasury. Ceará is the first state of Brazil, the federation, to have migrated to the free market. It's just another one demonstration of how pioneer we are. And from November, very recently, in this building, Center of Events, Ceará, and we are consuming 100% energy. All the sources, all the energy we are consuming here comes from wind power and solar. And the targets to migrate, including the Castelão, the Arena Castelão, soccer stadium, will consume energy from the free market. Hospitals, schools, and other buildings. And so lots of things. And the other half comes from the program called the Income from the Sun. It will generate income for the most poor to incentivize the use of energy of solar photovoltaic panels. We will the right of way will be for the families included in the income distribution programs of the federal government. So we will buy energy of the low-income population. And with that, we demonstrate that energy transition is not only to change the matrix of energy, but also to make a fair transition and a fair economy. I'd like to show two other products for the fair energy transition in Ceará. So maybe in the world, cherry of the cake is the Green Hydrogen Hub, a great project full of challenges. And we have investments of $30 billion already announced. The H2V hub in the municipality of Pecém will highlight even more, promising to deliver 1.3 million tons of H2V in the port of Rotterdam by 2030. That's the target. With this, our industry will create local opportunities for multiple sectors, fostering economy, creating job posts, and bringing development. The advantage of the state of Ceará to contribute to the energy transition are based on policies that have a legal security embedded and consistent policies. For many years, governments are aligned with a logistic and efficient infrastructure and quality education. Maybe one of the most important universities in Brazil, the Aeronautics Technological Institute, will have its first campus outside the state of São Paulo. built here because Ceará is the state that most approves students there in the aeronautics technological institute. I think maybe some engineers here have been trained there. So it's a transition that comprehends all the planning columns and all the social classes, incentivizing renewable energy, generating income, and fostering economy, making the state to be in the avant-garde position and making it in a just and equal fashion. The public policies they may achieve for the energy transition, I would like to invite Mr. Angel Gurria, former General Secretary of OECD, with a vast experience and will show his comprehensive vision achieving success for the members, country members, including energy transition and carbon reducing rules and regulations. So please, Mr. Gurria, be very welcome. Good luck in your lecture. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Giri, with this wonderful lecture. A lot of numbers spoken about the economy of different countries, about the world scenario with the election of President Trump, and brought Brazil into this equation, into this conversation focusing in our state, speaking about our potential and our capacities, as well as our capacity to contribute towards energy transition, attracting companies from all over the world, big companies that have come here and are here with us. I'm not sure if we have a Q&A session. No. No, we can now close the session and wrap it up. Thank you very much and wish you all good luck. And to you, I know you're going back home tomorrow. You're going back to Mexico now. So thank you very much. Have a good rest, ladies and gentlemen, and see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much.